and they're going to be made available after the class. You'll get a link to these recorded sessions that you'll be able to basically, what we do is we convert these into YouTube videos, and then they become unlisted videos. Nobody can get to them without the link. So I send you the link, and that will connect you into my Carlson channel for you to be able to download those software. And once you have the link, you can just, add that to one of your playlists and just keep it there handy all the time. And so then from that point forward, you've always got that to refer back to if you ever need to go over these things again. But uh, that just speaks toward, uh, one of the resources that you get as a result of, um, you know, signing up for this particular class. And we're going to talk about a couple of other resources, one of which, if I'm going in the manual, is down right here on, whatever page I'm on. Let's see. It's the last of the little abouts that right after the table of contents, this about your instructor bit. I've told you some of that business there, although it's now instead of 30 years, I guess it's closer to 40 now. But this right here is the key um, concept that I want you to be aware of and keep handy, is the fact that you can reach me anytime you need to after class, years from now, next week, next month, whatever it happens to be. You can always reach me there at my email. You can get, my phone numbers in my email signatures that you've already gotten when I sent you the link for the class. But excuse me. But by virtue of the fact that you are now an MSoft client through the training, um, sign up, then you have access to us as a technical resource if you need. So you get stuck on a problem, stuck on a process. Let's say, 3 weeks from now, something comes in, you go, oh, geez, I remember that, we talked about that, but I haven't done it since that class example, and I forget. Just drop me a line, if it's something that I can answer pretty quickly. And I usually, I'll spend up to 2, 3 to 4 hours maybe researching an issue and reply you back, a step-by-step specific response. That's all part and parcel of what you have, and that's always there available for you at no charge. We are, when I say we, I guess I mean sort of me, but it's still through the MSoft connection. We're also available if you ever need, if any of you, and I've had some clients that'll do this, they'll get in a hurry on a project and they'll need a little bit of, hey, can we hire you for a couple of days to come in and look over our shoulder, make sure we're doing anything? Well, that's no problem. We do that as well. We do consulting work with other folks. Sometimes they'll say, can we just send you this work as a subcontractor and have you send it, do the work and send it back? Anything and all of that we can always do. We've done that for multiple folks. Had a really nice little project up in the Buffalo, New York area, right outside the Buffalo Bills Stadium, in the real kind of upper end residential development. Um, and it involves, and you, I guess, Lane and Gretchen, this was more for you mechanicals. We had all of these little carriage home sites and this little river canyon that went through the subdivision that was all protected wetlands. So we had a lot of landscaped retaining walls at the back ends of all of these properties that, excuse me, but most of us as civil designers, we, in our flat maps, we draw a little uh, outline shape of the wall, and we draw an arrow to it and say retaining wall, and maybe at best might put a spot elevation or two somewhere with the top of wall or bottom of wall. But, for this client, we got into laying those footprints down on the ground, extruding those things up at a particular batter angle, um, back from vertical, and intersecting the uh, the final graded ground at the top, as all part of this 3D model. And so we're building things beyond just graded parts of sites. We were actually getting into the actual the 3D modeling part of the construction, and it turned into a really, really nice showcase project for this guy. So anyway, like I was trying to point out and could have said in 5 words, here's my email address. But I want you to understand, we're not going to run you through this class like a bunch of software salesmen and say, hey, watch what I can do here, demo 111. Do this, bing, bang, boom, you're done. Thank you very much. See you, never talk to me again. It's not like that. So keep that part in mind, as part of this thing. So you're going to have access to that, pick my brain. Please feel free. I've got clients that were in class with me. I'm going to say as far back as, let me say 2006. I think I've got people that still stay in touch. Um, some from Canada, some from a project I was working on over in Africa. So it's all over, and they still have questions. They got new people coming on. So if anything like that, that's all included. Again, at no cost, unless it gets into something that requires like multiple days worth of effort. And then we can do all that on a consulting basis. Okay, so that's that's sort of where we are philosophically. Now, let's take a look at our manual here and what we're going to be covering with class here. So we've got, as you can see in the book, there's a couple of these little upfront things, and we're talking about how the work is organized, some different things like what are on some various menus and different commands. And this just basically talks about, and you can see here's the modular menus: survey, civil, hydrology, GIS, geotech, etc. But they're all on a single page. Well, this is telling you this is not a rundown of all those different commands. This is just basically, if I go over to that, you know, uh, the draw menu, this is what the draw menu does. This is what the inquiry menu does, these settings menus. And they sort of go in through, we had the previous, where was I? Say the previous section here, what's it, a general versus modular. So these file, edit, draw, inquiry settings, and points. Those are those general menus, and they're the same regardless of which module you may have up and loaded, whether it's civil, survey, GIS, hydro, uh, geotech, any of those. All of those are going to have the very same commands across through the points menu. After the points menus, where you start to get into the module specific menus, and these are what you're going to see after that. If you have survey, if you're running the Carlson survey module, you're going to see a survey menu, a COGO menu, center line, area layout, annotate surface. I'm not going to say and read all these to you. If you're running the civil module, you're going to see some other ones. Here's your 3D data. That's where you're going to do a lot of the grading type of design work. Notice there's a surface menu here. There was a surface menu in survey. There is a surface menu in the hydrology. So there's a lot of overlap in these between the different modules. There is in civil, there is a centerline menu. In survey, there's a centerline menu as well. But survey does not have a profile menu like Civil does. It doesn't have a sections menu like Civil does. Everything in terms of profiles and cross sections in the survey module are contained as a subset under the surface menu set, the surface commands, for instance. So the only point we're talking about here, though, in terms of these menus is once you're past the points menu, you're getting into the modularity of whichever module you have up and running. And if it's survey, it's these. If it's civil, it's these. If it's hydro, it's these. You get the idea. Okay. And so you can see there's different options. There's GIS, there's geotech, construction, trenching, CADNet, what's called Carlson Field, natural regrade. They're starting to get into some of the mining stuff. Here's point clouds, which is a nice little recent, it's more recent than some of the others. It's an addition mostly into the survey stuff. And then you've got these mining menus and there's 4 different mining modules. There's basic, geology, underground, and surface mine, etc. Okay, so there's really a lot of power and capability in some of these different modules. But so in terms of back here, when we talk about these general menus and the modular menus, these are not the commands. This is just telling you just what we went over. There is a part of the manual, however, that does have the commands. And if you look onto the next page here, once we get through all of this stuff that we're talking about as part of the class, we have this thing called this command reference, and it talks about the commands included in the general menus. Okay, so if I go to that part of the manual, it's way over on page 59, and it starts with the file menu. All the different commands are on the file menu. And then you'll see as it goes, the next is our edit menu. Okay, so there's a lot of different commands there, several pages worth. And then we get to the view menu. Okay, so that's where our commands are actually documented and laid out for you in, um, a sort of a lookup fashion so that you can get a little more detail on there. So that's after, like I said, after all of these exercises that we're going to be going through, and at the end of which, I guess we're going to see, this little design process, which ends like right here. Then the next bit is our command reference starting here on the general menus. Okay. So as a general rule, when you see something here, and again, because this is the fundamentals class, we're not going to, we stop it at that points menu. The survey class would also have this, but then it would carry on and show you all of those different commands under the survey module. Same thing for civil, same thing for 3D machine control, etc. So, but the excuse me, the format and the structure of what you're going to see with the manual in these command references is, it introduces the menu. You'll see the picture of the menu, which, this will change from time to time as the software evolves. So it might be a version might have changed something, although it hasn't really changed that much from when this was last updated. But you're going to see a couple of particulars here that were used to help you out in terms of your review later on. You're going to see, of course, all certain symbols that, like this little solid triangle, that simply means it's what you see in the menu. There's a solid triangle means that it's a pull right. If you choose that, you're going to go to another sub menu underneath that. It's just sort of standard behavior. You're going to also see, for instance, down here in this, like number 6, PL pad saved after ... So you're going to, and that's a bad example. Up here's a better example. You'll see a save as dot dot dot, an open dot dot dot, all of that. Anytime you see those dot dot dots, that means it's going to bring up a dialog box, whereas the triangle means it's going to bring up a sub menu. Uh, Things that you don't even need to think about anymore. That's the way most Windows software works. So you're going to see that that convention being used. Now, the other thing that you might notice is that occasionally you're going to see one of these commands that is um, in red print and boldface. In this case, it's drawing cleanup. If we go to, say, the next page over here, you're going to see on the edit menu some erase by layer, by close polyline outside. They're all red, and then temporary erase and copy to layer and multiple, blah, blah, blah. Those are not. All that is doing is this. Those things that are red and bold, you might find some additional functionality with those. They might be commands to sort of pay attention to, or maybe they're things that, you know, can give you that little aha moment because there's some maybe hidden functionality into it. And it's completely subjective. This is just my um, my experience as to what I have found useful. And, you know, you can use that as a guide, and that's really all in the world it is a guide. It doesn't mean anything beyond that. Okay. But there's also one other little thing to look at here as well. And this statement right here. It says the edit menu contains both standard CAD editing tools such as move, copy, trim, rotate, etc., as well as some Carlson enhanced variations on typical editing functions. Now, this is true of all of the menus, but in particular with the edit menu. And so what you're going to see then in the manual are the commands that are these Carlson specific things. So if it is a standard CAD tool, you won't see it below. Okay. So if the command is not listed, then it's considered a standard CAD tool and it won't be described here. It will always be in the help system, et cetera, et cetera. But if you look at this little menu snippet, on the edit menu, edit, erase, and there's your pull right, and there's erase, select, single, last. Those are all standard CAD functions. But the first thing you see over here in the documentation is erase by layer, because that's the first Carlsonification, if you will, of these commands that Carlson has developed a specific tool that gives you some additional functionality that you don't typically find in standard CAD tools. Okay. So you'll see some of that. The other thing that you may notice as you go along and learn the software is that Carlson has some very specific tools they give, and you might say, "Oh, gee, that's really great. That's a great tool because it does something that I really wanted to do, and I didn't know how to do that before." Carlson has had those tools since, you know, 19, see, 1988 or so, where they added a lot of those enhancements to those CAD tools, and AutoCAD and or now IntelliCAD, all the CAD engine that runs underneath all of this stuff, they couldn't do some of the things that Carlson has provided these tools to be able to do. They became such good tools, and the users demanded that kind of functionality that finally, the companies writing the CAD software decided, okay, well, we'll add that tools to those same type of tools to our commands because they're so useful. So Carlson's been very influential in getting some of those command enhancements brought back into the CAD tool set. As a result, there may be two different ways of doing any particular thing, the Carlson way or the AutoCAD way. And when I say AutoCAD, by the way, for the class purposes, I'm referring to both AutoCAD and IntelliCAD based versions of it. There's no difference in that regard. So, for instance, if I want to isolate a layer, well, AutoCAD couldn't do that until I don't, I mean, it's been available now for several years, but up until that time, you couldn't have a command that allows you to just pick on a couple of things in the drawings and say, I want to freeze everything else and just isolate these layers and then have it come back on the way I had without having to, we used to have to go and look at the layers command, note what was on. We had to maybe save a layer state and restore all this stuff. And it was a real tedious process. Carlson gave that tool. It was great. And now you can also do that as part of the standard CAD layer toolboxes or tool sets, command sets. So it doesn't matter. I guess the bottom line of what I'm getting to is here, it doesn't matter which way you do something, as long as the results are what you were after trying to do. If you're trying to set the elevation of something, whether you select the item and you go into that item's properties, and if it has an elevation field, like maybe a 2D polyline has a field that says elevation, because you can set a polyline, even though it is planar and it is, horizontally planar, but they can be at any given elevation, but it's that same constant elevation along its entire length. So it doesn't matter if you do that through the properties of, standard CAD properties, or if you go into the 3D menu of Civil and say, change object elevation, and you run something very specific. So there's no difference. The end result is the same. And so all of these commands, whether they're duplicated or not, doesn't matter. You're going to, you're going to have some habits that might be your preferred method of doing something. Okay. A lot of people like to edit polylines by using the grips and the grip menus. I do that quite a lot. There are others who like to issue the p-edit command and go through all of those arcane little options that are just maddening. Others might use the Carlson commands, that is breaking the one p-edit command, which Autodesk started out by writing a single command to try to do every possible convolution of edits on a polyline conceivable in a single command. Therefore, it has like a 4-level deep system of options and sub-options within those. Carlson, on the other hand, approached polyline editing as, you want to do this, here's a command. You want to do that, here's a second command. You want to do this, here's a third command. So they've got individual commands that do specific things. AutoCAD approach is to give you one command that tries to do it all, but it is a huge sort of brain squeeze to try to remember all those different options. Okay. So that's sort of the structure of what we'll look at in the book. We will not dwell too much on um, everything like you're going to be able to read for yourself. So I'm not going to read, I'm not going to go, okay, this page, blah, blah, blah. But take your time and look these over at your own leisure. Understand, here's on page 3. Now I'm back at the beginning, that talks a little bit right here about what it is that we are doing, because we're actually working in a CAD package with a drawing. Okay, and that's all it is, just things in a DWG file. But we're using those to develop models and create this sort of cohesive little collection of everything. We're going to talk about things like points and surfaces and center lines and profiles and all of these different things that we do as engineers. And that's what this little page talks about is how we're going to lean on the CAD package to be the engine, and Carlson is going to be the set of tools that runs on top of it in terms of the way we think about the, is the way we think about our processes as surveyors and engineers. Okay. Um, so now we do need to spend a little bit of time going over some of this organization about where things live, um, in terms of directories where files are stored, and a couple of different things in some settings. Okay. So now I promise, I know everybody's sort of, uh, you know, maybe your ears are starting to ache a bit right now because I've just been flapping away. And we're going to take a break here in just a minute, but I do want to apologize up front for when we come back after the break, because we will have to go through some pretty important settings as part of understanding what, how things are going to work. And we're going to go into, we're going to first start talking about, where these things go directory wise, but then we're going to see where these settings are, because there are settings that, based on what you have turned on or turned off, that are going to completely change the way the software behaves. And understanding those things are pretty vital, um, to knowing what's going on, behind the scenes. I promise you, once you have that, under your belt, you will not be burdened with it. It will become second nature. But I don't want anybody to get in the habit of saying, well, I don't understand why this is not doing this. I wanted it to do that. I don't know. I don't have a clue as to where to go about doing it. So that's why we're going to delve pretty deeply into the settings. We won't spend too much time. Um, I'll make it as painless as possible, but it is somewhat yawn inducing. I'll give you that. And you can always refer back to it, but I do want to show you where those settings are so you can control the behavior of it as well. Okay. So, with that being said, I'm going to declare a pause, and let's come back at, say, I'm going to give you to about 10:15. So, give you a chance to, go get another cup of coffee and take care of a few phone calls, um, do all that. So, this is sort of our mid-morning, uh, break. We could technically take it till probably 10:30 in terms of getting to the middle of the morning, but this is a better stopping point before we dive into all this other, mind numbing stuff. So I'm going to pause things at this stage, but I will ask if anyone has any questions to date. Is anybody, and like I said, I do encourage you to, obviously, as we go along, raise your hand or open your mic and ask the questions. But if anybody has thought of anything, or if you're wondering about something, feel free. If not, I will see everybody back at 10:15. Okay. And we're going to go from there. Now, I told you it's going to be a little dry as we're going to talk about some things. However, we'll make it as fun as we can, because as we go through them, I'm going to let you, try your hand at a couple of little, just off to the side, drawing some figures and seeing how some of these commands are going to work. And but a couple things I want to talk about up front is, um, where things go with your software and your files that you're working on, which you may be already familiar with, but sometimes not, and we just sort of take defaults and they go. So we're going to talk about this directory structure. Oh, please pardon me. I'm so sorry. I've been trying to get over this, but it's going to be a tough 2 days. Um, but it's, where do things go? Where are you going to start looking for files that it asks you to open? or when you save a file, where's it going to ask you to put a file? And the the first thing to remember about all that is that you always have complete freedom to navigate to any place in the system that you so choose. But some of this is going to help you out by pointing you in the right direction, depending on which way you set up the software. Now, if you have just, if you're new to Carlson and you've just basically done a standard install and taken all the defaults, it's going to come with this, um, it's going to be preset the way it sets up. It's going to be preset by default to this middle choice right here in this picture you see, called the drawing folder, meaning that all of these files that you create along the way, these are going to be external files that hold all of the smarts for the things in your drawing. All of the coordinates are going to be stored in a separate file, alignments, profiles, surfaces, all of those different things are going to be in the same folder that your drawing lives in. And that's the default condition. The default configuration is going to be this middle choice called drawing folder. And that's all it means. That just means, we call it follow the drawing. So wherever your drawing lives, that's where it's going to store things and retrieve things from. So when you go to, let's say you want to um, annotate a center line, you want to put on the stationing and curve data and all that for a center line, it's going to ask you to choose a center line file, and it's going to point you to that same directory wherever your drawings live by default. Again, you can navigate away from it. There's another older method, is this one on the right called the fixed folder method, whereas you specify a specific folder somewhere else, uh, perhaps, and that's the way the software was way back when it was first developed. And it was, excuse me, it was in those days primarily a surveying software only before they brought in the civil tools and these other modules. And it was a folder called SCAD, which stood for ServCAD. That was the name of the software. It was called SCAD data. So there was a folder in the SCAD folder called data, and that's where everything went. Regardless of which project you're working on, which drawing you used, everything went in that particular location. So it's still there as an option. The other one, a little bit more sophisticated, is this one called this project folder directory. And what that is, now we're gonna stick with the default of the drawing folder for the purposes of the class, but this project folder is a nice way to organize things. And you go through this project folder setup and data type subfolders, these two buttons, and you'll see this in just a minute. That's where you um, create this list of folders. Now, if you look at the example I show you here on the screen, whatever the project is, and when you start a new drawing, you declare a project, you give it a name, and it creates that folder in that name, and then it starts, and it will automatically build this entire directory structure, whatever you specify, and it's completely up to you. And here you can see in the example, I've got a folder that says alignments and profiles. I've got another one that says drawing files. I've got another folder that says other, in which I have deliverables, PDFs, then you see surfaces underneath here. So it can have anything, and it doesn't even have to be Carlson related. You can go ahead and set up things like contract documents, correspondence, any of the different kind of folders that you might use to organize your files in your typical projects. Now, the advantage to this is if you're in a larger firm, and particularly if you might have multiple office locations, and somebody might come from one office and be temporarily working out of another office, and everybody's using that same structure, then all of that, everybody knows where those different types of things are going to live in that structure. So it gives it a bit more hierarchy, a little bit more granularity, and then you can assign where these things go based on this data type subfolders. You're going to assign the different types of files into those different folders. Okay, we'll see that here in just a minute. All right, so that's the first thing we talk about there. Let's go ahead and do that. We're going to take a look at that particular aspect. So I'm going to come over here and we're going to load up our Carlson software. Oh, by the way, I didn't ask. What do you all know, like, you're running Carlson, are you running it on top of AutoCAD or on top of IntelliCAD? Just tell me individually what, or do you know? Maybe you don't know.
Yeah, mine's Carlson Civil 2022 with IntelliCAD.
With IntelliCAD, okay. What about the other two, Gretchen? I wasn't hearing you, Gretchen. I think you were muted. Hello?
I'm not sure what mine is. I believe it's AutoCAD, but I'm not 100% sure.
Do you have the software up and running right now?
Uh, it was loading. It is up and running now.
Okay, it should say up on the top stripe of the entire window, it should tell you Carlson
It
Civil
says Carlson Survey,
with,
OEM.
oh, OEM. Okay, that's another thing to consider. All right, Gretchen, what about yours? Gretchen, I see you're unmuted, but I'm not hearing you. Okay, hold on, I got a chat thing here. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Okay. Sorry. You're running on AutoCAD. Okay, Gretchen, are you able to hear me okay? Okay, you can hear us, but yeah, before you leave and re-enter, just try this. If you can hit your volume control, make it, just run it up, just tap it up louder and then softer to put it back down. Sometimes that resets the microphone. Get, give that a try. Are you speaking and I still can't hear you, right? Okay. Well, feel free if you need to exit and pop back in. The link will bring you right back into it, and I won't take off. I'll give you a minute to come back into it. Okay, Storm, while we're waiting on her to come back in, I'm going to talk a little bit about this OEM version. You're running a specific instance of the software that is, instead of having a bunch of extra tools that are loaded on top of a base. Okay, so Gretchen is back. Go ahead and give us a howdy. I still can't hear you. not sure what may be going on with that. I'll tell you what, go ahead and just listen for now. Okay, so yeah, we can't hear you. Let me see. Did you tell you're running on top of AutoCAD? Okay, so we've got one IntelliCAD, one AutoCAD, and one OEM. All right, so what I'm going to suggest, Gretchen, for you is that go ahead and just listen at this point. And then at our lunch break, go ahead and exit again. And I would suggest restarting the computer at that point, because maybe there's something that has set the microphone. Um, it's missing the link into the audio input. You can work on that um, at that stage. But so we'll keep pushing ahead at this point. Um, so let me see. All right, so we've got three actually different configurations going on here, which is it's a good point to talk about. One of which is, let's see, Gretchen, you're on top of AutoCAD, and that means you've got a regular AutoCAD installation of some type on your computer, and Carlson is loaded on top of that and is using that as the engine. Those with you, and I guess Lane, you're running on top of IntelliCAD, which is what I'll use for the class predominantly for a couple of reasons. One is the IntelliCAD engine underneath it is actually a bit more stable than AutoCAD. It doesn't have quite the same level of um, crashability, if you will. So it's a little bit more stable. But in terms of using the Carlson software, the Carlson commands will run the same regardless of the platform. Now, the OEM version that Storm is using is a specific version that is written, the programming behind that is that Carlson made a standalone program by itself. It's all completely self-contained, one application. So it's not loading up a CAD program and then loading this on top of it. It is running a program from the ground up that is built by Carlson, has licensed what's called a software development kit API, or application programming interface, that they purchase from Autodesk, a subset of all of the AutoCAD commands that they need to be able to run the Carlson commands, because all Carlson is doing is it's gathering up information from you. It's asking you questions to fill out a dialog box, and you hit the go button, and then it takes all of that stuff and it sends it back to the CAD package, and it runs standard CAD commands to do all of the things that you're trying to do, and then it presents the results back to you after it has handed that off in the background. You don't have to know all of those CAD commands that are being used. And it works that way regardless of which platform you're on, but the OEM version is running on that subset of commands. So you may or may not have access to individual CAD commands if they were considered not necessary to provide all of the Carlson functionality. But otherwise, the functionality would be the same. And I believe, and I'm not totally sure about this, but I believe the menu structures and all that kind of stuff are going to be essentially identical in that OEM version. It may not. You may have slightly different menu layouts. So if you can't find a command as we're going through something, let me know and I'll see if I can't, find out where that happens to be for you. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to load up now. I clicked on Carlson Civil Suite, and that's just a loader. it doesn't really matter. What it's going to do is it's going to put me into the software and load up the last menu set that I had open, whether that was civil or survey or hydro, whatever I was last in, it's going to reload for me. And so we're going to go ahead. Let's see. Yeah, so I think we're good with that. All right, so let me go back to this. I'm having issues on my end now. It's not. It loaded up the software, it started it up, but it's now, it's not. There we go. Now I'll probably get two versions of it since yes, I do have two. Let me get rid of one of these here. Let's close that one off. There we go. All right, so we're going to start things up here. Now you're going to either be presented with a startup screen like this or um, maybe put you straight into the software. And at this point, I'm just going to go to my new drawing and I'm just going to hit cancel. Or let me see. I guess no, I'm going to go new drawing. Let me go next and just hit finish. And then when this comes up next, it's going to start into this startup wizard. And I'm just going to say exit at this point because I just want to have the software up and running to show you some of these things front. We'll go back through that startup wizard and why that might be something that you want to consider using if you're not, and how things are going to go. So it's going to come into an interface of some kind. It's going to be primarily a big blank screen over here where the graphics are all going to go. And you're going to have various toolbars available, maybe, or you could have this interface by default. You're going to have this ribbon panel at the top where you've got, based on whatever you're wanting to do, the commands are going to be grouped over here by, this is more workflow oriented. So when you're doing grading, for instance, these are going to be some of the tools that are all gathered up for you here as well. You've got file tools, you've got setup tools, etc. Okay, so I'm actually going to turn that off. I'm going to turn the ribbon interface off on mine, and I'll tell you why I do that. And it's nothing more than it gives me that much more room in my graphics screen. That's why I set mine to that particular interface. Certainly, if you like the ribbon interface, please use it. I will encourage you to use that. It does tend to group things by function rather than by straight menus and toolbars. But whichever way you'd like to do it is absolutely fine. So a couple of things about the interface here that we're going to talk about as well is down at the bottom where you have this thing that says command. Okay, and you may or may not see that. If you don't see it, let's say I'll go ahead and turn that off. If you don't see something at the bottom that says command where it's waiting for a command, you need to turn that command on. And we're going to have to, I'm going to come up here to some part in the neutral part of the top of the screen. I'm going to right click and choose command bar so that it brings it back. And it will bring it back. Now, it'll either stretch all the way across like mine is showing here, or it might just be partially across the bottom of the screen. That's fine. But here's what I want to have everybody do is, because this is pretty important for some commands. excuse me, is come down here into the command bar area and put the cursor right near the top edge there. And you see that cursor changes into that up and down arrow where you can make this as big as you want. And you can see a lot of the command history. And you can, and obviously it does that at the expense of the drawing part of the interface. But where I want you to position this is run this thing down, and I'm going to use the wheel on my mouse and scroll all the way down to the bottom. But I want to be able to see where it asks for the command, and I can click down there and there's a blinking cursor. But I want to be able to see at least 2 lines above where it says command, because when you run particular commands, sometimes you'll get a little bit of helper text that shows up here in the upper part, and it will be telling you what it's expecting you to do down here at the bottom. For instance, if you do something like, I'm going to switch to the survey module. If you do something like, I'm going to do a draw 2D polyline. I'm going to say, okay, and I'm going to click a point, and then I'm going to say distance, and I'm going to go 100 feet. And you see, I've got all those different options: meters, feet, chains, lengths, rods, etc. I'm going to say just 100. And you see the little angle brackets around the word feet. That's the default that it's looking for. If I need to change it, I just type one of those letters that you see, the capitalized letters or the colored letters, or I can even click on these individual ones. But I'm just going to say 100 feet. And now it needs to know a direction. All right, so by default, it's asking for an angle. It's asking me to define the method. And so if I choose angle, now again, it's in angle, I see those little angle brackets. That's its condition. So I'm going to hit enter to take that default. So it's going to ask for an angle. Now, here's what I was talking about, where you need to see a couple of lines above. It says, okay, here's your codes. And it's asking for an angle code. So it's giving you that little helper text up above. So you want to be able to see at least 2. Sometimes maybe it's good to even have 3 lines up here above so you can see all of that helper text that might come up. So a particular text, it wants to know, how do I define that angle? Well, there's your angle codes. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are around the quadrant: northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. 5 means azimuth. 6 and 7 are turned angles. So an angle to the left or an angle to the right. 8 and 9 are deflection angles: deflection left, deflection right. And for those of you not familiar, a turned angle means, like if I'm in the middle of sitting on a point and I'm looking at a back sight, it's the angle from that position. I'm sitting at a point, I'm looking at another point right now, but I'm going to turn an angle either to the left or to the right. So that's my 6 and 7. Deflection angle means I'm sitting at the point, I've looked at my backside, and now I've flipped back around 180 degrees and I'm looking dead ahead in the direction from my previous reference point, my backside, through the point I'm sitting on. And now I'm going to deflect from the forward facing position, left or right. So that's what those codes are. But that's really all I wanted to illustrate, was the fact that you want to open this up so you can see this helper text. Okay. I'm just going to press escape now so I can get back out of the command, and I come back to where it says command, the little flashing cursor, and I'm back where I started. Now, before we talk about these toolbars and the way I've got my screen organized, and I'll show you all that in a minute, I wanted to talk about that set of folders that we were talking about over here in this project folder setup. Okay. So if you go to your settings menu and let's go to the set project data folders command, the second one down, you're going to get some variation of this box here in the background of this picture down here in the lower right. And those are going to ask you what you want to use. And there's that default condition drawing folder. That means everything's just going to follow wherever the drawing is. But if you check on project folder, go ahead and do that now. And let's look at how this allows us to create that structure and what it does. So if I look at this project subfolder setup button, I'm going to click that button. And you can see I've already built this thing out. Yours may be blank. It says project, whatever the project is. And then underneath that, you can add multiple folders. So I've got a folder here called data. And under that folder, now I've added alignments and profiles, deed info, points, surfaces. And then I've got another one here below data called drawing files. I've got an other, which has contract info. I've got deliverables, which includes point clouds, and I've got PDFs and, you know, various different structures that you can create. Okay. So once that's done, we have this data type subfolders. Now this is another little this is kind of a happy little command that will allow you to get some information, even if you don't use this. Let's say you're always using this, but this, once you do this, can give you another little bit of information. So if I look at this data type subfolders button, I'm going to see this screen pop up, and this is a list of file extensions. And you can see, for instance, here's one that's very common right here called a CRD file. Okay, so that is, if you look over here on the right, that's a coordinate file. And that's going to be, I would assign coordinate files to look under my previously built project data points. Let me cancel that. So I've assigned CRD files to, by default, start looking in project data points for any coordinate files I need to load or save. Same thing if I look for my, let's say here's my DWG, that's my AutoCAD drawings. I'm going to put them in this previously built project drawing files. Now notice I'm not having to fill out every single one, just the ones that I want to set a default location for. Center lines, for instance, project data alignments and profiles. Okay, same thing. I would scroll down and find PRO. Now, what I told you is the little kind of happy extra bonus that you can get, even if you don't use that structure. Let's say you are using this drawing folder setup, and let's say you go along at some point and you don't know what a .his file is, and you want to know, is that a file that's important for me to have? Is that something for me to keep track of? Well, just run this command. Remember, it was settings. I'll go ahead and cancel that and say settings, set project data folder. I just temporarily come over here and choose this, choose my data type subfolders, and I can see in this particular version, I've got 271 different file types. I can sort this, you know, by description or by data type. So now I'm sorted alphabetically with those extensions. I'll go up here and find that .his file. I think it was HIS. And of course, that's going to be the one they don't have here. That was a history file. All right, let's see. Maybe it's a PRO file. All right, so I would scroll down and say, find PRO. Right here, and I look over and I see, well, that's a profile. Well, that's a pretty important file that I want to know about. If I see one that has a PLN, well, it's a plan view polyline file. It's not one that I'm going to probably use. Here's a PIT, a mining pit parameter. I may not do anything with mining. So if I happen to see some of those files and these particular, if I see a file that has a particular extension, I can scroll down here and just use this and look over here under the description tab to see what that particular file type is and does. So it's a nice little way to do that. Once you've answered your question, you can cancel it and go right back to your drawing folder. Okay, so that's how this is going to work. Now, there's another thing where another type of file which is going to hold settings. And those are going to be files that as you fill out dialog boxes, a lot of times you're going to see down below a couple of buttons that will say save or save as and load. So you can pre-build a dialog box with certain settings and save that as a particular settings file that you can load up at another point later. And you can, right here, use the data folder for settings, which means that you would, wherever your data is going to go based on this up here at the top, and that's going to be where the settings are also going to go. But if it's something that you want to use universally, regardless of which project you might be working on, you can specify a particular settings file location. And by default, the software installs to use it as C, drive C, a folder called Carlson Projects, and then settings. Okay, so that's just by default where it goes. You can put that anywhere you want. It can be a network drive, whatever. You can even have a server set up to where you can assign it over here as well. So you can do, all of these different types of assignments as where these folders are. Now, what this is doing, by the way, when we're creating this, it's not moving data around. It's not forcing anything to always be in a particular location, because no matter what you're doing, let's go up here to the centerline menu and let's say I want to do a centerline report. Well, it's going to ask me to choose a centerline file to report. You see up here in the top stripe. And in parentheses, it says CL. That means that's the extension of that particular file it's looking for. And it's going to start you out in a location right now, because I said I just, went through all the defaults when I started up, and I'm just pointed by default to Carlson Projects. We're going to change that when we actually create a file. So that's where it happens to be, although I'm perfectly free to say, let's go into, in this case, I've got a file here set up for 2024-0530. That's today's date fundamentals class. And then I've got a data sets folder inside of that, and then I can look for my data in that location. So I did all of that with these buttons, and these are my subfolders. I see some files that are in this particular current folder, and you get a little preview over here, for instance, as to what those are going to look like. And I can choose those from whatever this current file. I'm in Carlson Projects. These are the current folder files. I've got also down here a list of recent files based on what I've been working on here in my recent session, regardless of which folder it might happen to be in. So that can take you to that file directly. That's all part of this Carlson file dialog. If you are more comfortable using the Windows dialog, then just come over here and choose this browse button, and that will put you out into this more familiar, perhaps, structure as well. And notice down here where it gives you a file name, there's always over here on the right a file of type, and there you can see it's only going to look for .cl files. Okay, that's the same thing as up here. It's telling you it's looking for a .cl type of file. Okay, so all in the world that previous command was doing, this settings set folders, even if I'm using this as my methodology. Now remember, when I looked for that centerline file, it said, so I'm going to go to another centerline file. See where it put me? It's looking at the data alignments and profiles location. Okay. So it took as my starting project by default that Carlson projects and data alignments profiles. Normally that would be a specific project I'm working on. But look what happens if I chose that method. When I go to browse that here in my Drive C, Carlson projects, I now have in Carlson projects, I've got that data folder, drawing files. Under data, I have all of those different things that I look for, alignments and profiles, deed information, points, surfaces. This is all based on that project file setup. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. So sorry. That was all based on this. It went out there and built all of this information. So there's that other. So if I look for, I'll go back here and look in my browse. I'm looking at data. I should have, it will build all of those different things. There's that alignments and profiles. Carlson projects, I should have an other folder inside of there. There it is. And other has within it contract info, deliverables, PDFs. Okay, so it created all of those subfolders for me. I didn't have to do it. And it was all based on me telling it to use that method. And I defined this, it created this for me automatically. Okay, and I'm going to just go back to my drawing folder though. So the the point behind what we're talking about here is that all of that is controlling is where it starts you off looking, and you have complete freedom to always browse away from it, or choose the Carlson dialogues either way you want to go through it, and it lets you, by that you can choose any particular location wherever your files may be. All right, so that's all it's doing is setting up some default locations. All right, so let's put that concept to bed and let's talk about some of the settings that we really need to know. And that's under the settings menu. Let's go to the Carlson configure command, the next one down. And that's going to bring this up. And there's a lot of settings that we look at here, and we're going to talk about the important ones. All of these down here below, the takeoff, sitenet settings, localization, mining, mine notes, all of those are things that we can probably disregard because we're not using those modules. If you're using the hydrology software, these are going to set up some particular defaults on what it's looking for, what format for stage storage, how you want to use your rainfall method, whether you're using, the NOAA Atlas 14s or you're doing a lookup or you're going to be prompted for it. What's your pipe length, the actual length or center to center, and it gives you little, previews as to what it would be using, slope computations, etc. Okay, so section and profile. settings. It's basically, you're going to set an eye height and object height. This is for doing sag and crest curve, sight, sight distance calculations. This vertical curve drawing resolution, I would suggest just leaving the default of 10. And all that means is when it's drawing profiles, it has to draw a vertical curve, which is a parabola, and the CAD system cannot draw a true parabola. It approximates it by drawing a series of little connected linear segments, little line segments. And that number is just a factor. It's not a certain distance or anything like that. It's just a matter of how smoothly you want to see that. So if you set it down to 2, your parabolas are going to be sort of, squared off looking. If you set it to 200, it's going to be nice and smooth, but you're going to have a tremendous number of little line segments in that drawn parabola, and it's going to be overly complex. So you don't need to have it too large. I would just take that by default. And same types of things. If you use the cresting sight distance for sag curves, you might want to use those as the same or keep them computed separately the way the Astro definitions go. And then how you want your station types to be. This is how it labels the stationing along your alignment, for instance, okay? So just a couple of defaults. And again, a lot of these things you can set at the command in a different dialog box. When you're running the command, you can set those separately in there as well. All right, so a couple of things that we do want to look at. Let's look at the surface settings, for instance. And all of these up here in this upper block have to do with when you are computing surfaces by using gridding as a method, where you use grid file computations. It's and the search radius happens to be more for geologic stuff when you're looking for the next drill hole, the next geologic column. So it's going to go out and look a particular distance away and how many you want in each given quadrant, the maximum number of samples, and the maximum that you want to find within each quadrant around the point you might be sitting on. So that kind of stuff you can probably disregard unless you're doing geologic profiling. Let's see, one of you, who was the Storm? That was you were the geologist. So that would be like if you've got drill hole data in a particular spot and then you want to interpolate the subsurface strata under the ground around you, you have to look up and find these other adjacent neighboring drill holes. That's going to be governing how it's going to find those neighboring data points. And again, then you can tell it you're going to use a particular number of cells or you're going to use the dimensions of a cell to compute those grid surfaces. All right, so all of that being said, you can flush every bit of that out of your memory if you're not doing that type of modeling, because we're going to be using triangulation as our surface modeling methodology and not gridding. So anything to do with that and the grid stuff, we can just ignore. But one thing that we do want to have on here is we want to track our tin history. So if we've made any edits to those tins, that stands for triangulated irregular network, and that's the surface. We can be able to recall that history and bring those edits back. If we don't have that on, as well as this track surface data changes, then we're not able to go back and reapply those edits that we made, and we'd have to make them again if we had any other changes, okay? So make sure these two are checked on, and I would also include these detailed source data references, and it just tracks that as the data that it's going to keep track of, okay? So make sure those are all checked. and we'll say okay to the surface. Now, survey settings, those of you who have these survey, Storm, I think you had the survey
Yeah.
Software. So these are going to be some things that you're going to see that you're going to want to apply. Okay, so there's a couple of options here that you're going to want to look at. And one of these is this CG survey menu. Okay, and so if you see that, by default, it used to say compact. I would turn that to none. And all that does is if you have it set to compact, let's say, what that's going to do is it's going to bring up this additional menu called CG survey. And I've got, a file menu, Traverse, Kogo. So what this happens to be is Carlson bought a company called C&G Survey. And when they did that because a lot of customers out there in the world were using that C&G survey system from Cowherd and Goodman. They bought that company to be able to get the least squares network adjustments technology from them. They just incorporated the entire software within their software. So they took that entire program and made it accessible from within Carlson. So the entire C&G survey system is available there for you. If you don't have a need to run that, let me go back to my Carlson configure survey settings. There's no need to have that menu out there. So I would just turn it to none. Okay. The next thing that it's going to look for here is this initial traverse side shot angle mode. So if you're doing traversing or computing side shots, do you want it to always ask you by azimuth for the angle that you're going to set, or you're going to turn an angle right, or you can have it prompt you as you go through it as to how you want to use it. So I would just leave that one as prompt. You want to perform your geodetic lat long transformations. Probably won't get into doing a lot of that kind of stuff in your day-to-day work, but if you are doing a lot of geodetic work, you could leave that on as a default. And this one right here, show the occupying backlight points on the status bar. That is when you're doing coordinate geometry calculations, you always do that in terms of you have an occupied point, you have a backlight point, and then you're going to create other points based on that setup. When you have that on, it's going to down here in the status bar, which is this bottom stripe where it says ready, and and then you see these other toggles down here on the right, these other areas. It's going to report down here the occupied point, the backlight point to sort of help tell you where you are. That doesn't work real well in the IntelliCAD version. I think the AutoCAD version, it's okay. But it's not all that necessary to have on because when you're doing those computations, all you have to do if you forget where you are is just do a quick inverse. You inverse, let's say you're sitting on point 17 and you're backsliding point 3. The way that you reset that is you do an inverse from 3 to 17, and that has the effect of you traversing up through point 3, then you go up to point 17, which leaves the previous point as your backslide point. So you can always get back to that very quickly. Okay, so not necessarily anything that you need to worry about setting. Just a little helper for you. The automatic raw file on and automatic line on, again, has to do with when you are computing coordinate geometry points and you are traversing It will automatically draw lines between your traverse stations. It will not draw in between your side shots, but it will automatically capture every command that you're giving in this raw file so you can go back and edit that run of computations, and you can turn that on. Now, again, I leave mine off in terms of automatic, because when I do the command, if I want to capture it, I have the option at the command time to turn that back on. Now, here's one that I do recommend that you use is this automatic point object snap on. And I'll show you that in action here when we start talking about our points. And it's another little snapping mode that's really helpful. If you have the next option on, where you're going to automatically compare the drawing points with a coordinate file when you start up a drawing. So your drawing can contain Carlson points in it that may or may not also be in a coordinate file. Usually they are. Usually they are sort of one-to-one correspondence with that coordinate file. That's really what you typically want. So if it's important to you to have that comparison run, you can turn that on, but it will give you a little warning if you have some points in your drawing file that don't live in your coordinate file. It will tell you that, and you can resolve that later. Again, I turn it off because I tend to actually not use a whole lot of points myself when I'm doing my work. You can look at this thing called Carlson Community if you have any missing symbols. So there may be a Carlson point that is set to be defined by a particular symbol. And maybe your setup, for whatever reason, might be missing that symbol. Well, it will automatically go out there, and if you are connected to the internet, and it will look in Carlson Community for those particular symbols. And if you don't happen to have it, it will download that for you and create that into your set of symbols. So it's a nice little check. And this enable transparent point commands, those are little dot commands that you can use that will help you create points. Like you can, in the middle of computing a point, you can issue a distance intersection with these transparent point commands. We'll talk about those a little bit later. You can see them on my toolbar in this far right, just a little short toolbar. Those are what those commands are coming from. Not all that important to necessarily have them enabled, but it doesn't hurt. So I would leave those set like you see them here, and then go ahead and choose OK. Now, so we've got sort of those set and forget things out of the way, and let's talk about these remaining buttons here. Let's look at the startup settings. And this is going to be some things that we choose as we are creating new files, as we're starting some things up. When Carlson launches, this is going to be what comes up by default. It has a default template name. Now, does everybody understand what a drawing template is and how it works? Or do we need to talk about that? Everybody good? You can give me a thumbs up or a question mark, whatever. All right. All right. I'm assuming.
Could you explain it a little bit? Sorry.
Yeah. No. That's what I need you to tell me. Okay. So a
I was
drawing.
trying to find the question mark, but I couldn't.
Oh, that's okay. You can certainly. Okay. So we don't know what a drawing template is and does. So that's very important to sort of understand. A drawing template is nothing more than a drawing file that has been saved. Instead of a .dwg, we have saved it as a .dwt. And what that does is it basically, when you start a new file, it goes out there and loads up that drawing. It's exactly the same as if you had opened that drawing and then did a save as, and you gave it the drawing name, okay? So what we use those for, drawing templates, typically is to pre-build a complete set of layers with color assignments and line weights and line styles. All of those different things are going to be how we get started with our drawing. So we use that drawing template to be able to set that information for us. Okay, so, and we can go out, we can either type a name here or we can go out and browse, and it's going to look, now notice it jumped me to this folder called SUP, which is in my user directory under app data, roaming, Carlson software, Carlson 2024, IntelliCAD, SUP or support. So it's looking in that folder. And you can see down here, I've got a series of these different setups. Some of them that are pre-built and supplied for you. This Carlson National CAD Standards Civil. So if you're doing mostly civil work, survey, if you're doing mostly survey work, and it has a pre-built set of layered names that follow the national CAD standards. I've got this Carlson DWT, which is pretty minimal. And I've got, here's some for different countries. And then there's this IFC, which is more for like solid modeling, mechanical type work. I've got layouts. So if you're doing a lot of construction layouts, here's another national CAD standards combination survey civil. And so, and here's one called civil demo. So there's all these different ones that can be pre-built, and they hold, like I say, a pre-built list of layers. And basically anything that's in that drawing is going to be applied to your new drawing. So again, it's exactly like you opened that drawing and did a save as. So whatever was pre-configured in this file is going to start you off with that drawing. We'll talk about those a little bit later as well, because there are certain settings in AutoCAD. And when I say AutoCAD, I mean IntelliCAD as well. But there are certain things that can't be set system-wide. There are certain things that always are specific to a particular drawing file. Those are the things, let's say if you always want a particular setting that usually stores with a drawing, if you want them to be in your new file, you need to set those in this template that you've worked on, and then they will be applied when you use that template to start your new drawing. Some examples of that might be the circle resolution that you use with a system variable called view res, VIEWRES, that's your view resolution. And it, you know, that is always a drawing specific setting, but you can set that so it's always going to apply that to yours. Other settings might apply across the board. So once you set it once in one drawing, they apply for AutoCAD in general. So those you don't need to necessarily put in that template file. All right, so the next one is, where is your default Carlson project folder? Where is it going to start you out? And again, there's just my default by installation. That's where it chooses it. But if you have all of your drawings are on a particular network drive or some location that the company is using, you can change that to a different location. This profile name, go ahead and leave that as Carlson 2024. That's a profile that's built that controls a lot of the the toolbars and things that you have out there and predefined, but when you install the software, it creates a profile and that holds those different settings. And so that's the one that's going to load up. And then here's just some commands, switches. And if you don't like that opening splash screen to show, you can turn that on to skip it. I kind of like to see it just so I know it's loading. And then I'm going to say okay to that. That'll take care of those startup settings. All right, so it tells me that it updated those. And now that's when the system starts up. Similar to that is the button above it, this drawing setup. So if I choose that, this is going to be some settings that are going to apply for a new drawing as I come in. So I'm going to set up some particular defaults. I'm going to choose English units, 1 inch equals so many feet, or metric. And my English units I'm going to use, and this is actually going to be changing here. Next year is when it's supposed to change. But usually we use what are called US feet or US survey feet. And it is a particular English to metric conversion definition. A US survey foot is based on the definition of there being, what is it, 39.37 inches per meter. Okay, that is what we used. And we call this US survey feet because this was in play back when a lot of the old time surveys were done. So a lot of our deeds and stuff are going to be using that definition of that US survey foot. Now that differs from the international foot, which is defined by the relationship of there being 2.54 inches, or I'm sorry, 2.54 centimeters per inch. Okay, it's nearly the same. It's different out about, I don't know, 6th, 7th, or 8th decimal place of the conversion factors. For little local projects, a single lot, single site, you're not going to see any difference. If you're doing long linear projects like pipeline layouts or road designs or things like that, you will notice a difference. There will be a difference in how that data all fits. So for now, you probably want to leave it as US survey feet, particularly if you're using GPS equipment. You want to make sure that whatever you're using is going to match what you are recording out in the field. So if you've got your GPS equipment set to use international feet, you want to make sure that you match that here. But if it's set up by default right now, it's going to be US survey feet. Okay. So now these next things here, the horizontal scale, vertical scale, symbol size, text size, and a line type scalar, a symbol name. These are all just setting some defaults of when you get started. Again, you can change those at any time. And now this horizontal scale, we're going to talk about that a little bit in more depth later. But that basically is saying, I think the work I'm going to be doing is going to produce a drawing or a set of drawings that might typically be 1 inch equals maybe 50 feet instead of 20 feet. So if I change that, and then if I say that's every 50 feet, now my vertical scale is when I'm doing profiles, I typically have a vertical exaggeration going. So I'll have a 1 inch equals 50 feet horizontally and a 1 inch equals 5 feet vertically. So that's a 10-to-1 exaggeration. So if you're in flat land, that's probably pretty standard. Here in Western Pennsylvania, we tend to go probably a 4 or 5 time exaggeration. So instead of a vertical scale of 5, I might set that to say so let's say maybe 10. So that would give me a 5-time vertical exaggeration, and it's just the amount of vertical stretch when it um, draws your profile. And again, anytime you're drawing the profiles, you can change all that, at the command level. So none of that really matters a whole lot. That just lets you set some of these up. Now, symbol size and text size. This is going to be where we tell it how big to draw the symbols, how big to draw our text by default. And in this particular instance, you can think of these in terms of if you are creating a drawing at this scale, 1 inch equals 50 feet, how big do you want this symbol to draw? We say 0.1. That doesn't mean 0.1 feet. That means it's going to be 0.1 inches when we draw that at 50 feet. So 0.1 inch at 1 inch equals 50 is going to be a 5-foot tall symbol in CAD terms, in the units of the drawing. But we are setting, anytime you see that symbol size, and you'll often see this word scalar, or you might see symbol plot size or text plot size. When you see those keywords there, think in terms of plotted inches. So if you plot your drawing at that scale, it's going to be 1/10 of an inch tall for symbols and 8/100ths of an inch tall, or 80% of that 1/10 of an inch, to draw the text. And then the line type scalar, that's another CAD term, is going to be a number that multiplies the line type pattern about how often you want that to create. So if you've got a nice dashed line, but the dashes are way too big, then you can set that particular line type scalar to be smaller, so it plots a little bit more like what you're looking for. The symbol name, again, by default, when you're creating points, and it just has a designation here, but if I hit the set button, I'm going to see a bunch of symbols. And up at the top, I have these different categories, and yours may or may not match these. But just by default, it will usually start you off in this category called points. And so I can see, well, I want my default point to be, say, this plus symbol. That was an SPT9. Or I can scroll down here and, you can see all of these different symbols. Those are going to be the ones that will, by default, be used when I create a point. Right, so that's under category points. If I've got other categories like trees, well, you've got all these different kinds of trees that you can use. Inlets and manholes, you get the idea. So this is how we set up particular symbols that we're going to use on our points. Again, I'll just set mine to be this SPT9. That's a plus mark. All right. And then to go along with that, I'm going to jump over here to the right-hand side, and I'm going to look for any kind of point prompt or label setting. So when I'm creating a point, here is this little sort of preview. A point's going to have a point number and an elevation and a description. So I'm going to see these particular tags laid out in a particular layout. Those are called attributes. And I got 10 different attributes. If I look at attribute layout 0, it's going to use italicized text, the point number, elevation to the right, description on the bottom, point number on the top. The point will be centered. The point number will be centered over the top. The point elevation will be off to the right, and the description will be centered underneath. If I use 1, it's going to be that same thing, but with vertical text. If I use 2, it lines everything up right justified, and the point is over here to the left of the elevation. Point number still on the top, elevation to the right, description on the bottom, but it lines everything up in a left justified block. If I choose 3, Well, look at that one. If you can see that, I don't know how well you can see that on my screen, but this is a case where, let's say we're setting a bunch of spot elevations for a topographic map. The point will be again in the center to the left of the elevation, point number centered above, description centered below, but the elevation is kicked up at a 45-degree angle, which you often see in terms of spot elevation text labeling. So you would build the point, and then you would freeze the layer that has the point number and the description on it, and you would leave the elevation kicked up to the left, or kicked up to the right, rather, at a 45-degree angle. So those are all different kind of layouts. Some of these others just switch the order of the case. There it puts the elevation on the left. Here's a case where it puts, by italic. And some of these others then will now put the description up instead of the elevation in the middle, and the elevation goes underneath it. So you can see those different layouts. I particularly like the left justified one, so I leave that as number 2. And you can see these are going to be whether or not you want those to show up as part of the point definitions, descriptions, and elevations. We tend to want to have them. Even if you're a surveyor that's only doing deed work and you're not caring about elevations, the fact that when you go out and survey a point, you're going to get the elevation anyway. You might as well have it available if it's there. Locate on the real z-axis means when it creates the point, it puts that point at that elevation in the drawing, and it doesn't put it down at 0 with just a label, which you can choose to do if you want, but I like to see those where they are. I also like to label 0 elevations. If they have no elevations, I want to see the fact that they say there's 0 elevations. Instrument rod height and prompting for symbol names means when you are computing points, is it going to ask you for that data? Okay, each time you create a point. So I leave those off and just let whatever is set ride. And now my angle formats, bearings, azimuth, GONS, or other. Typically, we're going to use bearings in US. Other locations, like I did this class once down in the Bahamas, and their land records are all of their deeds and their beautiful maps from the old historic days, but they're always done with azimuths, not with bearings. So I would, switch for that. Just out of curiosity, GONS, you may not know what that is. It's been called that from many, many years in Carlson software. I'd never heard that term till I came to Carlson software, but all of that is what we know mathematically here from our math type of background. That's called a gradient. Okay, so instead of there being 90 degrees in a quadrant and 360 degrees around the circle, there are 100 gradients or grads, we call them, per quadrant. So there's 400 grads in a circle. And that just means instead of it being hexadecimal based circular measurements, that everything is decimal based, based on there being 100 per quadrant. So not used that often, but it's there if you need it. Now for point numbers, whether or not we want to use them, we typically do, and whether we automatically advance the point numbers. So I tend to turn those on. I would leave our drawing setup on startup. We're going to use a drawing template. Now back over here to the left-hand side, the vertical angle mode. So if I'm computing points based on vertical angles, and again, the type of work that I do, I don't do a lot of like survey note reductions. So I will leave that as none, but you can say, well, I want my 0 degrees to be level. So any kind of angle value means it's an elevation above that level being 0, or I can say 90 is level, meaning 0 is straight up. So that's a depression angle down, an elevation angle up. or difference in elevation, but I'm just going to say no vertical angle mode. Again, I can override that at time of computing. Now, the coordinate system. This is pretty important that and again, we're setting defaults, okay? So all of this can be changed anytime we want, but our coordinate system is either going to be a grid system, which is what we are going to be using, and that's going to be where we assign the state plane coordinate zone that we're typically going to be working in. If I say local, then it just means I'm going to choose an assumed coordinate system. Maybe I start out with 5,000, 5,000, and it's just this local meaningless datum. But if I say grid, then I'm going to choose a projection. Now, Lane, you've got Carlson 2022, so you're going to probably see a different list of things pre-built for you here, but I've got this predefined / user defined in the 2024 version. And when I choose that, down here under define projection, you see it's pointing me to this Pennsylvania South. NAD 83, the North American datum of 1983 with the 2011 adjustment, Pennsylvania South zone. If you choose define projection, now I've only got 2 of them set here, but I can go and add. Let's say I'm going to, look in these different regions. I'm going to find USA and I'm going to search. Maybe I'll just search for Ohio. All right, so I'm going to use NAD 83, the 2011 Ohio North zone. Okay, now these HARN, that's a high accuracy reference network adjustment. Here's my North American datum 1927. It's an older version. Typically, you would probably preset that to NAD 83, the 2011 adjustment, Ohio North. So that could be the one I would, and so you just add the ones that you're going to typically need, and then you would choose from that list whichever one you want to have defined. So I'm going to set mine as predefined user defined, and it's down here. Mine's pointing to Pennsylvania South, and I'll say okay. All right. So that means, and that's not just this drawing, but that's going to apply. You're going to see when we say exit, it's going to ask us about that. There's project data folders. There's our old buddy. Remember, we saw that before under the previous command of settings, define project folders. That's just another way to get to it. Now, this general settings, this is where all of the magic happens. Okay, we're gonna spend a little time with this, and we're gonna see some different effects. Okay, so I'm just going to show you that. I'm going to say okay at this point, and I'm going to have you hit the exit button. And because I did some drawing setup, it's going to come back and ask me this. Okay, you changed your drawing setup. Do you want to apply that to this current and future drawings or only to the future drawings? Well, I'll say go ahead and apply to this one, current and future. Okay. Now, what that's done, if I look up here in my settings, drawing setup, now this is for this specific drawing. When this starts up, you're going to see there's that 50 scale. Down here is this predefined, user-defined Pennsylvania South. That's where my projection was. Okay, and so these are some of those same things that you just saw before with, some slight different things like project name, job number, project location. These are just text labels that I can use to help me track some things around. Different scale factors and things that I can use if I'm doing geodetic work. I've got this, now you're going to see these keywords I was talking about, the symbol size, there's that 0.1, the text size is 0.08, but you see that word plot. So that symbol plot size, text plot size, and line type scalar. So if you see those words plot size or scalar, always say to yourself, plotted inches. Okay, so at 1 inch equals 50 feet in my drawing, if I plot that out at that scale, I'm going to have symbols to be 1/10 of an inch text is by default going to be 0.08 inches tall. Okay. Now, what this does, again, those particular numbers, let's say I'm at 50 scale, so 1/10 of an inch over here to the right, that shows you the corresponding drawing unit. So 1/10 of an inch is 5 feet on the ground. So my symbols are going to be 5 feet tall. My text is going to be 4 feet tall. My line type scalar being every inch to repeat a pattern. This is one that I like to have people always under this LT scale. This is a CAD setting. I like you to go in here and change that to 1 when you need to do that. And that has to do with the way line types are patterned. It, and notice it changed this number to 0.02, but this is where I want to set this to 1 so that that is governed by my CAD system instead of by my Carlson system. The reason it's sort of backwards here is because back in the early days, AutoCAD didn't have a lot of these line styles defined, and Carlson has some commands under the annotate menu that let you create line types on the fly, and it applies those. So it pre-builds those based on this. If we say this line type scalar of 1, then it sets that up and it basically matches the scale of the drawing. I don't know how best to tell you this, that it's easier to control the appearance of these line styles if I set my LT scale to 1 and keep that going most of the time as my setting. And we come back and check that periodically especially if we change scales of the drawing. Okay, so we'll talk about that a little bit more when we run into that need. And again, there's my angle mode, bearing, etc. And you can see those different things. Now, watch these numbers here on the right here, this drawing units, sizes. So if I'm at 50 scale, that's what those are going to be computed as. If I'm at, let's say 20 scale, so I'm going to come up here and change this to 20. Now keep your eyes over here on these other numbers. When I change that to 20 and tab out of that field, it recomputes that number to 2 and 1.6, but it didn't change these, okay, because I'm always going to want my symbols to be 1/10 of an inch and my text to be 8/100ths of an inch, again, by default. And so it has to recompute this. Now, the reason it's got this separate number is because when you tell AutoCAD to create a piece of text, you have to tell it how tall to make that text, how high to make that text in terms of drawing units, the ground distance. But we are doing this in terms of Carlson values. And so Carlson's going to ask how tall you want it to be plotted. So we're going to say, 8/100ths or 1/10, and it's going to take that number, look at this number, and it's going to compute these numbers as what it sends to AutoCAD in the background behind the scenes. We don't have to worry about computing what those numbers are based on what the scale is. We know it's always going to be 1/10 of an inch or 8/100ths of an inch. Okay, so that's why that works. Now, notice when I changed that scale, it recomputed this. And so I'm going to come back here and reset that to 1. Okay, so, and again, that's just whatever this happens to be at this time. Now, down below here is a way to set I can set text styles. And so I've got all of these pre-built text styles that were, that I can use. Again, we don't usually set them here. It gives me access to them here if I want, or I've also got this set paper where I can choose a particular paper size, landscape or portrait. again, this is from the old days of where we used to have to set that stuff up separately and everything was plotted out of this model, what's called model space, this black screen that you see. I'm gonna go ahead and say okay to this, and we'll talk about this one very quickly. So here's my model space. This is where I'm drawing everything, and it is at actual one-to-one ground distance. If I've got a line that's 100 units long, then it's 100 ground units long, whether I'm drawing, in feet or meters or angstroms or, astronomic units, it doesn't matter. It's that many units long. But I have this other tab down here at the bottom next to model called layout one, and I can give those different names. And that's going to be what we call paper space. And this is where we usually go now in modern times. And we set up this page setup. We can then modify that. And we're going to choose, I'm going to use my Adobe driver, and I'm going to set that up to be an ANSI D, which is a 22 by 34 drawing. And I'm going to say okay and close. And now you're going to see that's going to reset that up to be an ANSI D size sheet with particular margins. And this particular thing is called a viewport. And that's going to be a little window that looks into my drawing. In fact, while we're here, let's just go over it. Let's go back to the model tab. And I want you to do this. Let's draw a line. We're going to go to draw. And we're going to say 2D polyline. Okay. And that's going to come up here, and I'm just going to say use the current drawing properties. And I'm going to say okay. And I'm going to click just anywhere on the screen. And I'm going to say D for distance. And I'm going to type 100. So now what direction method do I want? I'm going to say by angle. And I'm going to go, let's see, it's looking for an angle code 1 through 9. I'm going to use an azimuth. So I'm going to say 5, an azimuth of 90. So I'm going to go due east. And so there now, and I can use the wheel on my mouse to scroll in. I started here, I went 100 units to the east. And I'm going to, now I'm through entering distance, I'm going to say quit. So that's about 100 feet. I'm going to come down here and draw one that looks roughly the same size. Maybe come over here at a slightly different angle. And then I'm going to type C to close. So notice I can just click, click, click. It's just like drawing a polyline in AutoCAD. But I have those additional commands, like I can set a distance and a direction. Notice I'm going to repeat that command. So I just right click the mouse. I'm going to say repeat 2D polyline, choose OK. Notice here's another key difference. Notice down here below at the command line, it says pick a point. So that's clicking on the screen, or point numbers. Right there is the very key difference in Carlson commands versus CAD commands. Carlson commands will allow you access to those coordinates that you may have in a coordinate file, or the ones that you're going to have from your data collector when you come back in. I think, Storm, you're going to be doing a lot of that kind of stuff. So you're going to be able to access that by point number. And you can type in, 3-12, which means start with 0.3 and go to 4 to 5 to 6, all the way up through 12. So it gives you a lot of additional flexibility. All right, so I'm going to just press escape. So anyway, now, while we're here, if you've drawn some little figure like this, let's go up to the annotate menu. And let's just choose auto annotate, the second command down. And that's going to bring up a dialog box that shows you how this is going to annotate that particular figure. Just take the defaults and say, okay, and then choose that figure that you drew and hit enter. Now, all of that mess that you saw going on there has to do with some what's called annotative scaling, which on the IntelliCAD version, so it's going through a bunch of different annotation settings, but it finally results in my text being, if I select that piece of text, I look over here in my properties, and I've got this properties up on the left. If you don't have it, you can just select the item, right click and choose from the menu at the bottom, properties, and it will pop that properties box up. And so I look under here and I see my text. I see that it is annotated because I've got it set to be to use annotative text. And I've got a paper text height, which of 1.6. That's not, oh, here, yeah, because I've got an annotation scale of 1 to 1. If I'm in 20 scale, it would be set to that particular size. I'm trying to, well, change this. So that's 1 to 20. Drawing setup is 20. Okay, so now I've got my 1 to 20. I'm going to go back and re-annotate that. I'm going to just go back to the annotate menu, auto annotate. And now this time, if I say okay and I hit that, so it's going to finally settle down and give me this as my paper text height. And see right there, it says 0.08. That's the plotted inches. But in model space, it's 1.6 feet tall. That's what my text height is in model space. But I've given it a paper space because I'm using annotated scaling. Now, back over here in my paper space layout, I've got this particular viewport that is a view into my model space. And I can have more than one. I can look at this in, this is just a window into that. So I'm setting up a drawing. I may have all my title block text and labels and stuff over here on the side, general notes. But in this particular viewport, see if I select that, I see up here in my properties that that is a viewport. Okay, so I'm going to double, sorry, let's come back to that. Come back to my view over here in my paper space. So if I double click inside of it, I'm now in that view of my model. And notice as I scroll up here, I can see I'm changing the scale of how big that shows up on my drawing. Okay, so now notice that text that you can see there is just really tiny. Okay. But here's that particular one. So let's say I've got that drawn at this particular scale. I look over here now, I'm going to double click back out, and I've got this viewport, and it's going to be at a particular scale. Let's set this scale to be 1 to 20. So that's going to be at that 20 scale. And my annotation scale, I'm going to also set to be the same thing. So now I've got this one set. I'm going to go ahead and lock this. So I'm going to say display locked. I'm going to say, yes, it's locked. So that's now at 20 scale. I'm going to make another viewport. So I'm going to go to my view menu and choose viewports. I'm going to create a model view viewport, and it wants to know first corner. So let's say I've got another viewport over here that might be that I'm going to zoom into a particular corner maybe and set some detail up. So, maybe this, and I can set the, however big I want this to be. But now inside of this one, maybe I'm going to want it to be, zoomed in at this particular corner. And maybe I want that to be at, instead of 1 inch equals 20, I'm going to set that to be 1 inch equals, um, say 10. So it's zoomed in. And I'm going to set my annotation scale. Now see, the 20 is that old one. So if I set that to match at 1 to 10, all right, so what this is doing here, and we're not going to dwell on this kind of stuff. This is sort of outside the scope, but this is getting back to why we don't plot from the model space anymore when setting up those paper sizes. But let me go ahead and lock this. Okay, so now if I look at the labeling right here, and if I just want to measure, I'm just going to do a distance command, and I'm just going to go just eyeballing from, I'm clicking there at the bottom and going up toward the top, and that should be something close to, there it is, 0.09. So something close to that 0.08. So that's how tall that text is. Now look at it over here in this one, and I repeat that same command, and it should be, right, see, there's that 0.08. So it's exactly the same height. That's called annotative scaling. So I didn't have to change this text, because normally if that's not annotative, when I zoom this in bigger, that text would show up to be twice as tall as it is over in this viewport. Okay, but because I'm using that as annotation scaling, it recomputes the size of the text and displays that for me automatically within this particular viewport. So then when I plot that, I would have a little, a little box around here that says C inset or C enlargement or whatever. So you can change these to be different sizes, different scales, and put them anywhere on the drawing sheet that you want to do it. So that's how we compose the drawing sheets, is with this paper space layout. And I can give it a different name. I can call that, overall boundary. I can have another name that's my, existing conditions, or topographic, whatever you wanted to call it and whatever it happened to be. And as an example, I'll show you one here that I'm going to open up a drawing. Said, of course, it's going to always cooperate. Finally. Okay. So now, if I open up a drawing, I'm going to show you one. This is from an actual project that I did, that used those kinds of things. So let me look for, um, show you. Here's a I think this one will have some things there for you. So now notice also that I can have more than one drawing open at a time. And I don't understand. All right, so this is loading up here. Let's choose that. Now, here's the overall model of this. You see, I've got a bunch of profiles, pipe layouts, that kind of stuff, but I've got also these individual sheets. And let me just add this. Yeah. I think this is, sorry, once more into the breach, as they say. All right, so architectural D, landscape. This is coming from a previous layout. So here's a particular sheet. You can see I had all of these different, there's my title block information. Right here's my viewport that was set up to be 1 inch equals 50 feet. And there you can see my scaling. And so that is a cut into that particular model with certain layers frozen and thawed, and some are screened out in a light shade of gray. I've got different line styles and these different text at different scales. Now that was my 50 scale layout. Here is my 20 scale layout. You can see I won't go through all those changes here so to set the colors up for you, but so you can see here's a particular viewport that was set over here, and you see in the properties at 20 scale. So it's zoomed in, but my text stayed the same size. And, but it helps me to create those drawings. And they're just cuts into the model. The model has all of the geometry in it that I need to create all of these different individual sheets that were part of this drawing package. Okay, so you can see now I've got profiles, I've got details, which the scaling may be off on. So, one drawing file can have many paper space layouts to give me individual sheets, and I can go through and just plot all of these as a drawing package. Okay, so that's really the modern way of us doing these. I'm gonna go ahead and close this drawing off and not save the changes, but that's our modern way of doing this instead of under our drawing setup where we would set up the paper here and all that. So that's all done through that paper space layout. Okay, so that sort of, if you'll pardon the little foray into all of those different areas, but that's how all of this stuff ties together and where we're going to use those tools. But for right now, we are thinking about setting our symbols and our text heights based on those plotted inches, etc. Okay, and so we did all that through this or through our setup. So what we're going to see when we come back after lunch is some of these settings here are going to control that. Right down here, it says use the annotative scale. And these object linking controls over here, this is going to be pretty important. So this link labels with line work, as long as that was on when I made those labels, there's going to be this kind of behavior. And if you'll watch that 179.73 feet at South 832455, with that linking on, if this drawing should now change, if this figure should change, I'm just going to graphically change that. Watch the text. It recomputes itself. There we go. So it reconfigures that drawing and it recomputes the values and labels that, and that's because of that setting. So we're going to play with that and see what effect those individual settings may have. Okay. So for now, we're at our lunch break. So let's sort of put a bookmark here. Let me ask if there's any questions at this point. And the probably it's like getting a drink out of a fire hydrant right now. But anything that might have popped up as a burning question that you might have that we can talk over real quick.
Can you hear me, Ken?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hey, that's great. I
Yeah.
do have one question, not pertaining specifically to anything that you've outlined, but if you will look in the lower leftmost corner of your screen above the 61 degrees sunny, it says ready. I think you call that a status bar.
Yes.
Now, I don't see that on mine,
Okay.
and I didn't know if, you know, so I seem to have all the others. Maybe I missed something in the setup.
No, I'm
Okay.
going to show you the difference here.
Okay.
And let's just say no update there. Let me load it up because you're running the AutoCAD version. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, yours is going to look like this. Let me go ahead and pop up another project that I had set up going here. So yours probably looks like something like once this settles down.
Ah, yes. Okay.
So let me yeah, there we go. So yours might look like that, and your command bar might, be this floating kind of thing like that. Okay. So your status bar is all sort of self-contained here. Mine, let's go back to this one. See, I've got these models. This stuff follows up here and it sits above that command prompt box. But yours is going to be where the command prompt box sits above the status bar, and your model and layout tabs are on that.
They are actually that bar,
Yeah, and so you see
essentially.
and you see the tools over to the
Hmm.
right, all of these snap settings and coordinate box and all that kind of stuff where you see with the coordinates update. That's all part of that status bar. Okay, so the IntelliCAD version is just a slightly different layout.
Okay.
Okay, but that's basically it. And when it comes back and says ready, that means it's ready. It's waiting on a command. Okay, so that's just a little, slight difference in the interface. So, you're back over a little bit. So notice my toolbars here to the right, and my properties is jammed all the way to the left versus here I've got my toolbars are on the left and the properties are out here. So just a slightly different look and feel to it, but I've still got, I've got this little view cube here versus here I've got the same type of sort of view cube looking thing. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? Anybody else? Okay, so we're gonna break for lunch. We're gonna get our full hour in. So we're gonna come back at 10 minutes after 1 o'clock. So we can get your full lunch, and I'll go ahead and pause our recording. And so let's go and take a look at the rest of these settings and what they do. So you've already seen a one little illustration with the recomputation of these annotation labels. And that comes from this settings, Carlson configure general settings. That's this object linking section over here on the right, midway down. It says link labels with line work. Now, the way these settings work, the way these links work, is whatever state they are in when the command or the line work and stuff is created is the effect it will have. Like if I uncheck that link labels with line work and say okay and say exit, and then if I choose this and then stretch that up and recompute it, it still behaves that way because it was in effect at the time it was made. If I draw, say, another figure and auto annotate this one, and then if I do that same change, notice that it did not recompute, did not change these values. Now, again, these are nothing more than just pieces of text. And if you have it off and those figures change and you want them to redisplay, all you have to do is rerun the command, whether it's an auto annotate or a specific annotation, and it will recompute for you individually. But the point is the link status at the time something is created is what governs its behavior. I can't just turn that back on and now suddenly this figure now is going to behave as if it's on because it was off when it was created. Okay. So let's take a look at what some of these others. Yes, go ahead.
So in order to make it re-annotate, like after I've turned it back on, you said rerun the command. Did you mean the configure command or?
No, you have to re-annotate that.
Okay, thank you.
So let's talk about what the rest of these linkings do. You can link points with a CRD file. Now this is becoming almost a superfluous setting because now, there'd been so many issues before when people didn't understand that setting that they've now got safeguards in place. So even if the linking is not on, it will still warn you if something changes. And what that linking does is if you have a coordinate file associated with this drawing, and again, it can be anything, it can be any coordinate file, and you can change them at will. You can use a coordinate file one day with the drawing. You know, the next day you can have a different coordinate file in use, even though you may have points in the drawing that may or may not be in that coordinate file. What that means is that if you have placed some points in the drawing and they are simultaneously going in the coordinate file, then if you were to move that point in the drawing, it's going to automatically go into the coordinate file and update the locations of that point. Now, why I say it's starting to become superfluous now is that now, regardless of what that is set to, if you should do that, it's going to say, hey, this point now differs from the coordinate file. Which one do you want to use, or do you want to synchronize them? So it will warn you of that. But it used to be that it was a choice. And the reason was this. Excuse me. Sometimes some people like who deal with points, and let's talk about surveyors since they're the ones that use the points the most. A lot of these surveyors would dump a bunch of points in the drawing, and they would come in with point number, elevation, and description all, you know, placed where they're supposed to be, but they might be all over top of each other and really hard to see some of the geometry around that particular location. So some folks were used to having the linking off so that, you know, they knew what the points were, what they're supposed to be were as they were stored in the CRD file. They put the points in the drawing. They need to sort of clear out some space where it's all overcrowded. And so they'll just grab a few points and just drag them off to the side, or maybe just a little bit moved out of the way so they can see things a little more clearly, knowing that they can always go back to the coordinate file and repopulate the drawing with the quote real end quote coordinate value. So it gave them the option to leave that link unchecked. They could freely move those around, and yet the proper value of the point was stored in the coordinate file. Now the problem happened because somebody might work on that file. Let's say Lane and I are working at the same company, and Lane has his linking turned off because he likes to move the points around and go back to the coordinate file. So he has it off when he creates the points. And so now the points that were created when he's working on it don't behave that way. I might open the drawing file the next day the next day, and I'm working on a different aspect of something, but I see those points and I have my computer set with the linking on because I'm expecting that behavior to work that way. So I then zoom in down there and I move the point around a little bit, thinking that I'm updating the coordinate file, but I'm not changing the value in the coordinate file. I'm just changing it in the drawing, but I'm thinking that it is. So that's why now they have the safeguards in place. They'll warn you about it. So again, it's sort of superfluous, but that's the way that linking is meant to work. Okay. And again, it's specific to an individual user's computer configuration as to how that behaves. And now linking line work with points is very similar to the labels with line work. And I'll let you experience this. So go ahead and leave all of your linking turned on here for a minute. And we're going to go through a little quick example. Let's go to the points menu and let's choose set coordinate file. And when we do that, let's look at, say, exercise 1 coordinates.crd. You see that file name there? Go ahead and open that up. Oh, wait a minute. You may not be pointing to the same place. Let's back this up. I'm sorry. Let's go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Yes. Oh, okay, sorry. So what we need to do is really sort of set the stage a little better. So let's go to our, got something really goofy going on. With my installation here. I don't know what's, what's really causing this to happen. There we go. All right. So let's go all the way out. Go ahead and exit Carlson and go ahead and close it down. And let's come back into it. And this time we'll follow through the wizard. So I'm going to actually now, you see, I keep getting this flipping around. I've got something going on. Let me see. So, all right, I'm going to switch over now to use the AutoCAD version, just so the interface will look a little bit more familiar to you, Gretchen, on your end. So and plus I'm going to see if I'm having the same lag issues with this. So let's go ahead and load the software up. And when it comes up to this startup screen, we're going to step through the wizard. And this time we'll be pointing to our proper location. So if I come up to this starting screen, I'm going to go over here on the left and I'm going to choose new. And it's going to start up, and then I'm going to get this first little box. I'm going to check the new button there. And it's going to ask me now to select a template. Remember, just like the last one did, I had a pull down list where I could choose from a particular template. So now in this AutoCAD version, I have all of these different drawing templates set up. Let's just choose the, let's come down here, scroll down and find Carlson. I was looking for. Just find one of the Carlson. I'm going to use the Carlson National CAD Standards Civil. We'll use that one as a starting drawing template. And remember, we talked about the templates a little earlier. We'll talk about these a little bit further as we go through this now. So I'm going to choose that as my starting template. I'm going to choose open, and it's going to go to the next step of the wizard, which is this dialog box. And it's asking me, it's telling me, first of all, my default drawing folder is this C:Carlson Projects. It wants a new drawing name. So I can just type it here and it would go in that folder, or I can choose this set button. So when you choose that, it's going to let you find a folder to start to put this in. And so now at this point, you should browse over to wherever you placed your sample data set for the class. And I put mine in Carlson Projects, and as a subfolder, I created another folder called 2024-0530 Fundamentals class. So if I double click there, I've also got a folder. This is the folder that I downloaded from the Dropbox link that I sent everybody, called Data Sets for Fundamentals class. So wherever you put yours, go to that folder and set that as that folder location. And then up here for a file name, we'll just type class example. Okay, so it's going to create a new file starting with that drawing template that we chose. And it's going to call this drawing class example, and it's going to be placed in that folder where my data set was. Okay. I'm going to be 1 inch equals 30 feet as my horizontal scale. Now these numbers are going to be different because I switched to the other platform. Symbol plot size, there's my 1/10 of an inch. There's my 800ths of an inch for the text plot size. My coordinate system, I'm going to use this predefined. There's my NAD 83 2011 Pennsylvania south. It should say south there for me. It doesn't. So anyway. And notice there's a box there that says skip startup wizard next time. If you have maybe checked that before and you're not seeing this wizard, I'll show you where you can turn it on here in a minute. But I'm now going to say next. Okay, and then that's going to go to the next step, which is assigning a coordinate file to this drawing. Now, you don't have to have a coordinate file established with the drawing, but normally we, or often we do, let's say that instead of normally. And I can see I've got a data path set pointing to the folder that I've set up that data sets for fundamentals class. I've got a coordinate file now called by default class example.crd. So it takes the same name as this new file and makes a new coordinate file. And I'm going to say import points from, and I'm going to do no importing. All of these commands can all be done by separate commands, but this is just part of the wizard that helps you start things up. So I'll say no import and I'll choose next. And then that's going to finish up. And then once I finish that, I'm now put into this empty drawing. Okay, but it's not totally empty. So if I go to the view menu and choose layer control, it's going to bring up my layer properties and you can see all these different layers. I've got all these C dash layers. Those are my design layers. They stand for C for civil. And I'm going to scroll down here at the bottom and I see a couple more. I've got G, that's general, like ANO, plan and site. If you see some that say V dash, those would be the survey type layers. V meaning survey because S in the National CAD standards means structural. So the structures got the S, the surveyors had to settle for the V, but I don't have any of those defined. But you can see all of these different layers. And if I choose any particular layer that I want to be on, let's say if I'm doing building, I'm drawing building footprints, I would be on C, building outline, and I can just double click that, make that my current layer. And so there I'm sitting there already. Now within that context, I've got all of those different things defined. I've got not only these layers defined, a color set for that layer. I've got line weights that are set for individual layers. They're all set to default, it looks like. Yeah. And I've got line types, like here's one for dashed. And I've only got a few in here, which I could load up some more. And in fact, let's just load them all. I'll hit collect, I'll click on the first one. I'm going to hold the shift key and click on the last one. I'll say okay, and it tells me that one or more are already would be reloaded. What do you want to do? Let's just reload all selected line types. I'll say okay. And now I've got a much greater choice. I can go back to my building outlines now, and I'm going to change it to be, say, a heavier line weight. And instead of continuous, you see, I've got all of these different line styles that I could be using, for that particular layer definition. I'll leave it set to continuous, but, there you can see some of the things you might use for, say, a property line or, you could have water lines, gas lines, fence lines, all of those different types of things, okay? So we'll leave it there set for continuous, but with a particular line weight. So if I go to my draw menu now and draw, say, a rectangle, I'm just going to choose draw rectangle. And I draw that. Notice it is the color of that current layer. If I select it and look in my properties, I see that that is a polyline and it's on layer C, building outline, and it has a line weight based on its layer definition called by layer. And it shows up a little thicker than if I were to draw a polyline. Let's say instead of using that, I'm going to choose a different layer, different color and weight. And so it's going to be thinner looking than this one. Now, if you don't see that difference in the way they look, you might have your line weights set to not display. So in the AutoCAD versions, the OEM and the AutoCAD versions, down here at the bottom, you're going to see this little icon that says LW display. If I hover over it, and it looks like where you see some thick lines and thin lines, if I click that once with the left mouse button, that's going to turn that on and off. So you can see how the line weight is going to show up or not. So you typically want to see the line weights showing up so you can tell when something is a particular definition. The IntelliCAD version, Lane, for you, you need to double click those icons and you'll see a similar icon to that that controls that, okay? So that was the effect of that drawing template was that it preset a lot of those layers by a certain, color and line style, and line weights, so that you can start to draw your drawing without having to build those every time you start a new drawing. Now, back to where we were looking at the points and the settings for the auto linking. If you Now we remember we had a points file, we set the coordinate file, and it was setting to the same one called class example, CRD, but there's no points in it. You see over here, number of points are 0 in my class example as an existing file. I can make a new one at this point, but I'm going to go to existing. And now notice I'm sitting here and looking in that folder now called Data Sets for Fundamentals class. And now you're going to see that exercise 1 coordinates show up. And I look at it and I see I've got 22 points in it. Exercise 2 has 144 points in it. Okay, so let's look first at our coordinates.crd. I've got 22 points in there, and we'll say open. So now look up at the top stripe of the drawing, and you're going to see all the way to the right, you'll see the name of the drawing. But before that, you're going to see, whatever it is, Civil 2024 with AutoCAD. But you'll next see in brackets a coordinate file, and it says CRD : exercise 1 - coordinates. So that's the name of the coordinate file. You notice it's different from the name of the drawing file at this point because I switched it. I went to the points menu. I said set coordinate file. I now pointed to this different one. Notice also on my points menu, if I choose that menu, come down to the third command and list points, I'm going to just hit the all button down here and say okay, and you're going to see that, well, indeed, I've got 22 points in there. And I've got, point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way down to 22. They have a northing value, an easting value, and an elevation. Now notice those coordinates are nonsensical. They're not really like state plane coordinates. They're just, where they happen to be in XY space. All right. So what can we do with that? A number of things. If we go to the points menu now and say draw locate points. And you'll see the symbol that you set as your default. You can change it if you want to set it to a different symbol, but I'm going to just accept these defaults. And I'm going to see right down here where it says layer name, that's going to give me a chance to name a particular layer. I can either choose it from the list, or I can just type a new one. It will make it for me if it needs it. And that's the layer it's going to put these points on. So I'll just leave it right now. Mine says PNTS. And you can draw a particular range of points. You can draw all the points. You can draw point groups, etc. I'm just going to choose draw all and let it draw all my points. Now it comes up and says points drawn 22. Right, so I've drawn 22 points. But if you don't see them, it could be because in your points defaults, you might have had this box right here unchecked where it said auto zoom center for new points. So if you don't see them, you need to zoom to where you can see them. And right now they're the only thing in the drawing. So if I do a zoom extents, and you can do a zoom extents by double clicking the wheel on the mouse. So if you double click the wheel on the mouse, there are all my points. And I can zoom in and out with the wheel, and I can see there's point number 22. Somewhere over here there's 6, 7, 8, 9. Right down here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so you see there's a bunch of points there. Now, I only see a point number and an elevation. I'm going to change, by the way, that blue is a little dark. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to find my point elevation label. Instead of being blue, I'm going to make it this cyan colored so you can see it. It'll show up better. Okay, so now you can see those there. And I'm going to also, here's another little bugaboos. You see that 6 and the 8, and they're all just sort of looking like a bunch of squared off stop signs instead of nice smooth circles. That's because it's using that particular font that was used back when pen plotters were basically all that we had, and it was sort of a fast font to be able to draw with a pen plotter. So I'm going to go to my draw menu, and under text, I'm going to choose set style. And I see I've got a style called standard that's using a font, one of my true type fonts called Arial. That's fine. I like that. But it has also created a text style now called PTXT, which is one that it uses to draw points with. That's called point text. And it is defined by that txt.shx. But I may want to set that to a different font to make it look a little nicer. So I'm going to set mine to somewhere I've got one called Calibri Light. You don't have to do any of this. I'm just showing you what it does. And once you've done that, now the points are going to be a little more readable for you to see on my screen. Okay. All right. So now we were talking about this setting in Carlson Configure, this link line work with points. So it is now set on. So I'm going to draw some line work, and I'm going to use some point numbers when I do it. So if I choose the draw menu and I draw a 2D polyline, and let's just say, let's use the current drawing property. So it's going to use the building outline as my layer, and line style and such. And so I'm going to say, okay. Now it says pick a point or point numbers down here on my command line. If I just go, blink, 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 and now I want to go, instead of clicking a point, I want to use a point number. I'm going to say 1. So I'm going to type the number 1 and hit enter. So it goes up to 0.1. If I say 2-5, it's going to go from 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 automatically. If I then go from 5, I want to go to 10, and then I want to go, say, from 5, I want to go up here 10, 9, 8, 7. I could say, all right, go to 10-7. I think I did something wrong here. Let me see. I'm going to do that. If I go to 10 to 7, there we go. I hit something wrong with my keyboard. So it went from 5 to 10, and then it went in reverse order. And I may click a few more points here and just hit enter to finish. Okay. So now I've drawn this line work, and it happens to be a 2D polyline. It's 2D, and it has an elevation of 0, but they went through all of the horizontal locations of where these points are. Okay, now here's the linking part. Is it link line work with points? So if I were to move, say, this point number 2, if I select that and just hover over the grip and slide the point up here, that's where it brings me that warning up. Do I want to update the coordinate file? I'll say, yep, yes to all. So now when I move point 2, the line goes with it. Okay, that was that linking. Okay. But that particular link, linking line work with points, is only in that one direction. The point is the thing that changes. If I select that, and let's grab that same corner and let's move this point from that line work down to here, notice it did not pull the point with it. Okay, so I individually did a grip edit on the line and it didn't change. But because that line was defined as including this point number 2. Now watch what happens if I go up here and move this point 2 again. Just move it here. Update. It goes back and grabs the line and pulls it up there with it. That's the way that linking works. So if the point changes, the line's going to follow if that linking is on when you create the line work. Okay. And just be aware though, be careful, because if and you're certainly free to change line work by selecting one of the grips and moving it around, and that won't change unless and until you make some change in this point. And let's say I just, let's call it, give it a description instead. Okay, now notice I made a change to the point, so the point changed and it recreated the line work. So be aware that if you make your edits with your grips on your lines, but you've created that line with the point definition, if something changes about that point, it will go back and reset it with that line work. Okay. So now back to settings, Carlson configure general settings. That was that linking line work with points. We already saw the labels with line work. That was that auto annotation where we saw the bearings and distances. Line work with center lines. That's another nice one. So if we have a center line, so I'm just going to go up here beside it and I'm going to draw I'm going to draw a 2D polyline, and I'm going to put that on a layer called C dash, there's drive. Let's see if we can find road. There's parking, there's pavement. There's C dash road dash center. We'll call that center line. Okay. And we'll say, okay, and I'm just going to click a point here. And I'm going to click a point here, and a point here, and a point here. Okay. Nothing very special about that. It just happens to be on a layer now called C road center. It uses a line type called by layer, which is whatever the layer definition says, which is a center line type. Now you don't see it show up as its line type in here because of that line type, that LT scale part, which should be set to 1. It's now set to 30. So if I set that back to 1, that's one of the reasons I told you earlier about this drawing setup, that when you change these, always come back here and set that to 1 so that you can see those AutoCAD defined line styles show up correctly. It's just something you have to keep your eye on and be aware of. All right, so now I've drawn a simple polyline, nothing more. I'm going to turn that into a center line. So I'm going to, let's see, what module do you guys have? Does Storm, I know you've got the survey, so that's definitely survey. Let's all switch to the survey module if you have different modules. I don't know if you have civil maybe also, but go to the settings menu, Carlson menus, and choose the survey menu. Let's all get on the same page with that. Well, this red is just, I don't like these colors that they've got. Let me. Oh. CNP. There was my C road center. Let's make this a little brighter so you can see it. There we go. All right, so right now it's just a polyline. But if I go to my centerline menu and I'm going to turn that into a centerline file. It's I'm going to go to centerline menu, second command down, polyline to centerline file. It wants to know the name of a centerline file to write. It's looking for that, parentheses CL, that's the file type. I'm in my folder where my data lives, and I'm just going to call this one Main Street, and hit enter. And now it says, select the polyline that represents the center line. And notice it said also that the polyline should have been drawn in the direction of increasing stations. That's okay. It's just telling you that. And if you drew it backwards, you have a chance to reverse it at any point later. But now it says select the polyline that represents that center line. So I'm just going to go grab that. And it says, it shows you the direction it was drawn. And you see there's your option. You can reverse it if you wanted to. You can show it a different ending point or a different beginning station. So let's just leave it as the default beginning station of 0. We hit enter. And it reads the data and it has created that. It shows you what it is. Press enter to continue. Now I've continued. Well, there's a couple things that we've done here. And the reason we've done them is we've made that into a centerline file. I can select that thing and just get rid of it. All right. And here's the same thing with that other drawing, that the other line work that we drew. But the reason, and the nice way of using that centerline file is that I still have that definition in that file. So I can go to the centerline menu and draw a centerline file. And I'm going to put that, I'll put it back on that same layer, which was called C-road-center. and hit OK. I'm not going to have any labeling done here at this point. I'm just going to say, okay, just draw the file. And now I need to tell it the centerline file I want to use. There it is. I'll say open and it just puts it right back. Okay. Now we haven't talked about the linking yet, but that's the centerline file. Now, if you look at another command on the centerline menu, let's choose centerline menu and let's choose the centerline editor. Again, picking our file and say open, and that gives us a chance to add in different things. Let's sit here. If you click these different items, you see which one's lit up. So there's that first item, that first piece of tangent. And I'm going to come down here at the bottom. I'm going to fit a curve. And let's give that a radius of 100. See if that'll work. Yep, looks like it. It calculates all of that. It assumes that our tangent, etc. You can look up speed tables as to what they need to be. But I'll say okay. Oops, sorry. Gonna come back here and put the 100 back in and say okay. Now, when it does that, it fits in a curve in between those two tangent lines with a radius of 100 feet. Okay, right there's that curve. In fact, I'm going to change that maybe instead of being 100. Let's cut it down to it. Let's make it 65 instead. So I've made it a little smaller. But again, that starting point, it used to have a point up here. That was the PI, the point of intersection. So that's now there. And there's the original. Here's the new change. If I say save and exit, keep your eye on the screen now. You see how that automatically changed the polyline that was used to define that? That is linking that line work with center lines. And not only that, if I change it in the editor, if I change it just by doing a grip edit, okay, so it now gives me a little thing, centerline files containing spirals, blah, blah, blah. So I now, instead of having it going up here, it's now swung down here. And if I go back to that centerline editor, which I can choose from centerline editor, or as a shortcut, because Carlson knows it was a centerline file, all I have to do is double click on it. It's going to automatically load the editor. And actually wow, it's not updating. Excuse me, it should. Don't know why it wouldn't. So let's see if I pull that out like that. Oh, interesting. Bear with me a quick second here. I'm going to switch to the other version momentarily. Guess I'm gonna get two versions there. I don't understand why it's doing that. I've got something goofy here. All right, so I'm gonna now open that file. And that was my class example that I saved. Yes, I'll open it as a read-only file, except I'm going to do a save as here in a minute. Well, I'll do a save as. There's my class example. I'm going to call that one -ICAD. All right, so now if I double click that, all of these grip edit changes, wow, they've changed this behavior. Right, so now let's see, it says centerline files containing spirals are not currently supported by link line work with centerline files. Okay, it doesn't have any spirals. The file has not been updated to match changes. Okay, so it's telling me that it's not updating it, but it doesn't have any spirals. Got a line, a curve, a line, a line. Just 3 lines. Okay, save, exit that. Now, yeah, see this down here? This is something that they've changed in the last update. Yours should be working. They've changed that in the last update and they've gotten something wrong. Anyway, regardless, it's not going to let me make it should automatically update. So if I fit that curve, 65 footer, I save, I exit. No. See, that should. And it's not doing it. Yeah, it somehow thinks it contains a spiral. Well, regardless of that, that's the way that linking is supposed to work is when you, and yours, if you're not using this latest version, would probably be working correctly. Excuse me. So if I fit another curve, let's see, if I just do a fillet with a radius of, say, 50 feet. All right, see, it's still going to tell me file has not been updated to match changes to CAD entity polyline. Wow. Yep. Well, you can see how it works in the one direction. Guess that's something I'll have to get to tech support and get them to resolve. If I do something real quick here, if I draw dink, 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 center line, and they call that one junk. That file. If I switch this to Yeah, see, it still just gives me this warning. Because it is erroneously thinking that it has spirals. It says containing spirals are not supported. And there are no spirals here. That's unfortunate. Sorry about that. Well, anyway, if you had, let's see, one. Back it up a version. We keep finding issues here. I may back up a level. All right, so let's see if I'm going to open, let's see, projects. Call this one. This example. ICAD 2023. So now if I double click that, I'll do a save and exit. And now I should be able to undo that. Now let me change this. And see, I want to keep it tangent, but all right, so I'm making some changes here. That tells me that will force it to be non-tangential, so I'll set the radius to be, or make it non-tangential. But now if I double click that, you see it actually has accepted the change here to my grip edit. You see how it's automatically updating the centerline file? And if I take that curve and remove it, and if I go to this curve, edit, and I want to make it tangential to the previous element, and then I want to go to this line and make it tangential to the previous. It's now got a nice tangent, save, and exit. So any changes in the editor will also make changes to the drawn center line. And notice when I did that, edit, just with these grips, notice it's maintaining those tangent curves. And if I, let's see if I can change this, make the curve a lot tighter here. If I bring this up closer and bring this one in. So all, excuse me, so all of these changes that I'm making with these grips are actually linked to the centerline file. I can make that, into, and any changes I make in the editor are going to automatically update the drawing. Any changes I make to the drawing is going to automatically update with centerline file. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to exit that 2024 version. I've got some problem with that. They've got something broken with it. Gretchen, you're running the AutoCAD version. Which year version are you running? 2023, 2, 4?
24.
Okay. If you
And when the dialog box is open with that little preview screen, mine did update, albeit it took a moment, but I saw that yours, it was struggling.
all right, so yours, like when you,
Yeah, let me double click on mine. Yeah, so I'm in that little dialog box with the preview screen.
yeah,
And when I moved my line around, it did change in the preview.
all right, so if you
Okay, I'll
select
go out.
this, get your grips,
Okay,
and then
so I've got it selected.
so then if you move, say that grip up like that,
Right. So then I have a new little dialog box that says, the current radius was such and such, set a new radius or make non-tangential.
okay. So yours is behaving the way
It should.
it's supposed to behave. I'm guessing that you don't have the latest update. Look up,
Oh,
look at your
I
help.
just updated yesterday. Okay, I'll look at the help.
Maybe I don't. Excuse me, look at it. Oh,
So
excuse me.
about
Help me
Carlson.
confuse about Carlson. And tell me what this is right there.
Yeah, I have build 240225.
Yeah. So yours was February 25th of 2024.
Mm.
Mine's April 7th. So they broke something in this very latest update.
Okay. I actually anyway, there was something else broken in the hydro module about a week and a half ago, and I know Bruce and those guys were working on it. So I wonder if several things kind of happened all at the same time. So that's why we just sort of reverted back to anyway this earlier build.
Previous build, yeah. And that's probably not a bad idea. So if you stick with that, now what I'm going to do, since I'm running into these issues, I'm going to back down. I'm going to back out of all that. I'm going to run this 2023 version. I think they're going to be close enough to the way this behaves, especially for what we're trying to do now. So let's see. Yeah, because I want that. I mean, I need that stuff to behave. That's unfortunate. I really wish. Sorry, it makes it a little bit difficult to teach a class. You're trying to illustrate something that's worked the way it's supposed to work for decades, and then something's off with it. So I'll have to, you know, set that up with tech support and go from there. All right. So anyway, that's how that is supposed to work. Let me draw my points back in. So I'm going to set my coordinate file now to that one. And I'm going to draw locate points. That's all good. I'm going to put this on just PNTS. Draw all. Set my defaults to not do that behavior. Let's see, draw points. And okay, points, let's uncheck that. So I'll just draw them all. Okay, there we go. Now, all right, so now we should match. You should have your points in there if you do a zoom extents. Everybody should have points and maybe something up here at the center line. So we saw that the linking with points and line work is a one directional link. If you move the point, the line moves. If you move the line, the point does not move. But if you make a change to the coordinate file and it gets saved, it's going to redraw that drawing that depends on it. So be aware of that behavior. Linking line work with center lines, we just illustrated here. And again, you can do it the proper way. You can do it, several ways. If I come in here and do my grips, I'm going to just add a vertex right there. It maintained that tangency. I'm going to set a just a fillet radius of 40 feet. And I just did a grip edit. That's just pure old CAD. If I double click it, you see how it incorporated that change right into the file. And I can even, at this point, let's come back to the survey menu. And if I station my polyline center line, let's do that. I'm going to load a setting that I have here called let's see. Settings 2022. There it is. Let's use Studio T3 and say, okay. And choose my file, which was Main Street. And so there it labels that starting point. There's my PC, PT, there's my stationing. And so all of that linking now all together, if I just do let's do a grip edit here. I'm going to pull this up tighter this direction. I'm going to set my radius down to, let's just make it 100 and say, okay. So it made that 100. And if I now see, there's that, ooh, let's make that even, make it even smaller, a little tighter here. Go, save that, exit that. So you notice it recomputes the stationing. It doesn't recompute on that grip, but if I do it here and then just exit, it will redraw the stationing for me. And that's part of that linking. Go to settings, Carlson configure general settings. That's this link labels with line work. So that's just like the annotation on the closed figure that gave us the bearings and distances. That's another type of that annotation that gets linked with that one as well. Okay. So that link line work with center lines is fine. Now, the rest of this, let's talk about these pretty quickly. The group point entities is when you have a point, go out of this and go back down here to our points. We've got these points. Let's give this, I'm going to just double click that point. And it's going to bring up my editor where I can change the symbols, some notes, different things. but I'm going to give it a description. Right now, I've got two description fields, one for the drawing, one for the coordinate file. And here I'm going to just on point number 11, I'm going to call this one sample PT for a sample point. That's in the coordinate file. It's not in the drawing here, at least not yet. I look at my points. I'm going to list the points, list all my points. And I see that I've got point number 10, I gave an description of test. Point number 11 has a description of sample point. Okay. So if I look at point number 10, that had that description that I added to it earlier. If I double click that one, you see it's in both fields. If I double click this one, it's only in the coordinate file, but not in the drawing. Now keep that little dichotomy in mind here, and I'll talk about something very quickly in passing here in just a minute. But if I want that description to show up in my drawing with that point, I've got two ways of doing that. I can, just like I did it here, I could, copy and paste and put it up here. Or I can simply redraw point 11. So if I go to points, draw locate points, notice I choose to erase and redraw for duplicates. I'm going to say draw a range, and I'm just going to say 11 as my point numbers to draw. I'll hit enter. And so now it erased the previous point 11, redrew it, and it read the description from the coordinate file, and with lack of nothing else, put that in as the drawing description. Okay, now I say with lack of nothing else, here's what I'm talking about. Is the in my points defaults, point defaults under the points menu. Right down below here, I've got these other options that I can use field to finish to set particular point styles. And I can, use a particular code table so that it's going to look up a particular description. And if that description is set to use a particular symbol or to go on a different layer or whatever it happens to be, it's going to change regardless of what that is. So it's just a way, and we're not going to get into that as part of this class, but if the survey class would have this draw field to finish option, and you would do things like if you have say let's open up a different table here. Let's choose. Let's go to one of my survey classes here. Let's see. Here's some things like let's say on this particular same ones. I'm gonna find one that I know has got some different all right, so here's an example. Here's a code called EP. And so I would have in my coordinate file, it would have a description of EP, but because I tell it in this code definition, actually that's a bad example because it's not marking that one. Let me see, utilities. Well, here we go. So I could say like MH is the description in my coordinate file, but in my drawing, I wanted to write out SANMH for sanitary manhole, or I might have FH for fire hydrant, and I might have the drawing to be HYD. So I've got this other entirely different way of drawing points that can make those descriptions be something completely different. like this sample point, but I might want in the drawing for it to just say SP for sample point. Okay, or vice versa. You know, I would maybe make this one that, but my coordinate file is going to say SP. Okay, so now in my drawing, it spells out that, but if I list my points, see, it just says SP. So you've got those two different description fields. Don't let it throw you when you're looking at those in this editor. Don't let those two different descriptions fool you. It's just that you're allowed to have them to be different, and it's a way to take shortcut descriptions in the coordinate file. Like when you're out in the field, it's a lot quicker to type SP than it is to type SAMPLE space PET in your description. And then when you come back in the office, you've got that field to finish that reads all the SP points, and it says, okay, if it says SP, when you put it in the drawing, make that the description. Okay. So that's just something else about these points. Now, excuse me. Let's pop back over here and let's talk about, let's see, we've talked about these menus already earlier, but here's what we're going to start to talk about here. Let's see, we're going to finish up. Oh, and what we need to do first is let's go to settings, Carlson configure general settings, and let's quickly talk about the rest of these settings. But it's those linkings that I wanted you to be aware of, and that they govern the behavior of the drawing based on the setting, based on whatever the setting is at the time the element was created. Okay. So now the rest of these are going to have this kind of an effect. Whether or not you use the startup wizard, and if you happen to, as you start up a drawing, if you have checked that little box in the lower left of the wizard that says skip the wizard on startup, then it won't run until you come back in here and say, yes, use the startup wizard. This is where you turn it back on. Okay. So a couple of things that are important to have. This save drawing INI files, that's a good one to have turned on. These two log files above are probably good to have off, because these report logs are just a separate running text file of every report you run, like list points or centerline report, any of those kind of reports. It will write that into the log file, and it just keeps it running forever and ever and ever, and it will very quickly get very large files. So there's no need to do that, because you can always go back and just rerun the report. You don't have to go, keep that thing logged and running forever. But the save drawing INI files, the INI file that is stored with the drawing, and let me show you what that happens to be. So if I pop this up, and let's look in that folder, which was here under Carlson projects, if I can get there, up there, here, let's look by type. There's those two centerline files we had, but we have a drawing now that we've been working in called class example. And there's the DWGs. Now you're going to also see, supposed to, let me save that first. And now let's see if I've got it. So yeah, here are these INI files. Now you can see them here. Why didn't that show up here? There it is, configuration settings. So here's this class example INI file. And if I look at that, here's what it stores. It tells me that the project path was whatever it was, the data sets for fundamentals class, and it tells me I had a centerline file called mainstreet.cl. I had this coordinate file called exercise1-coordinates.crd. Here's my current symbols, my cell file for if I'm using MicroStation. I had a field to finish name, any GIS name had none. There was my settings directory, and then my project path. And now notice, see, this is the last, this line down here at the bottom, that was the first line it wrote, then it wrote the next line up. And so it just keeps adding into this file. So remember when we started the file new, we had a class example.dwg, and the drawing wizard also associated a class example.crd with this file. We switched it though to use this one. So this is a file that, although it's a little bit, arcane, it keeps a record of all of these different files that we may have used in association with this drawing file. Different center lines, different coordinate files. You'll see different surface file names, all kinds of different, profiles, pipe networks, anything that has been done with your work, it all gets stored in that file. Okay. So let's close these. Data migration. Okay. So, so that's why that is important to keep that one going, to save that in case you ever, send this drawing to another user and they say, well, you forgot to send me that, you're missing a coordinate file, you're missing, a centerline file. Well, you can go back to that INI file, load it up, and see where those files were and what they were named. Okay. The next one that's important to have is this ignore zero elevations. And what that does is when you go to create a surface, it's going to, as part of that process, ask you to select the points and line work that you want to use to define the surface. And you would, go and draw a window around it, or you would type, select all or whatever. If it has elevation, obviously it would be used, but if you say ignore zero elevations, then you can freely select all that stuff. And if it is sitting at zero elevation, it won't be used to build that surface. If that's unchecked, then it will be used for that. Okay. So it's just, it's a way to keep you from having to be quite so selective in your data sets when you go to build the surface. And so if you're anywhere in your local area where you're working, if there's any type of elevation at all, it's a really nice handy switch that you can turn on so that it doesn't select anything at zero elevation. If you're working down, say, in South Carolina out on the coast, there's places where you do have legitimately zero elevation points and features. So I would turn that off. I would uncheck this if I were working down there, and I'd just be careful as to what I wanted to select to go in to be part of my surface. Otherwise, it's a nice switch that I can leave it on there, and I don't have to worry about, filtering out my selection sets. Okay. A couple of these others are kind of just internal to the CAD system. I would go ahead and match what I've got here on yours. The next one down that I have that you probably do not need to have is this use software rendering. Mine is on because I don't know if you noticed, but I'm actually running this on a Macintosh. You see here, I'm using a Mac and it's all, this is all done here, but I'm running Windows in a separate program. So it doesn't give me access to the graphics hardware through here. So I have to use that software rendering. So I would uncheck yours, and that way you can take advantage of your graphics accelerator, whereas mine I have to use the software rendering. So this enable file selection graphic preview. Remember when we were looking at the centerline editor and we saw those little preview pictures on the side? That's what that is for. Use dialog for selection, set, filter. Not really sure where that comes on. I would go ahead and leave it on. Manage your workspaces automatically. Now, the workspaces are things like when you switch between civil or survey or different settings, and I'll show you those in just a minute. And I use annotative scaling. That's why I have mine checked on. You may not necessarily use it or care to use it, but if you don't use it and you're not using annotative text, remember when you draw those texts, they're going to come in at a particular height, symbols at a certain size. And then if you go and change your drawing scale, those text elements are just going to be however they were when they were created. If you change your drawing scale and the annotation scale changes, then your text and symbols will resize so that they stay the same plotted inches. They'll do all that stuff for you automatically. I'm not going to get into the details on that. It's a little bit more advanced on the CAD side. If you're real familiar with annotative scaling, that's really all it's doing is it's telling me that I want to use annotative scaling. And so, you can use that. It's not going to get in your way, but it's there, to turn off if you don't like to use it. These others are okay. They're just preferential. The digitizer settings, you want to turn that on to use the mouse so that if you're running any of the older commands that, and you say, like cross-section editing, a lot of times people would do those on a digitizer. If you issue one of those commands that's expecting to go out and turn on a digitizer that's attached to your computer, it's going to try to do that. And so you're going to spend time waiting for it to time out because we don't really use digitizers much anymore at all. It's pretty much, on screen heads up digitizing. So we're going to set that to use mouse. Upper right corner, we're going to choose by default Carlson alphanumeric as our coordinate file format. This one called SQLite, which is a CRDB. That is a database based or database centric format for the coordinate file, which basically allows you to carry a lot of GIS data associated with those points as part of that file directly. Otherwise, the way I have mine set now to Carlson alphanumeric, it still lets me track GIS data, but it does it in a separate file and it just links the two files. So that's actually my preference for that so that I can share this with other colleagues that might be using Carlson but aren't necessarily using GIS data. So I'll leave that as Carlson alphanumeric. We talked about the linking. The last thing to talk about here very quickly is the max offset and the chord length for my remove arcs methodology. And what this is this. By default, I don't know what it's set to now. It used to be something ridiculously small, like 0.00001 as this maximum offset. I'm going to I'm going to set or recommend for you to set that to something like 0.02, 0.05, or 0.01 or 0.005, something a little less teeny tiny. Chord length, the same thing. And then you're going to choose which of these methods is going to be used to reduce or to remove the arcs out of 3D work. Now, what that's talking about, go ahead and set this up. If you don't have a preference on that, just match mine. We'll say okay, and then I'm going to show you what that is, what we're talking about with that. When it says remove arcs, here's the example. I'm going to draw a figure here. I'm going to go just, say straight up here, and then maybe, straight over. And I'm going to now put a little, I'm going to put a curve in here. Let's see, give it a radius of 50 feet. All right. So here's an example of a two-dimensional polyline. Okay. I'm going to now talk about this in terms of 3D. So let's say this is, the part of a, I'm out here's my main road, and I'm pulling into a parking lot here, and this is my curb return. So I've got a point here and a point here and a point down here that I've got a point down here, and it goes through this curve. Well, because this is a two-dimensional line, a two-dimensional figure, two-dimensional polyline, this segment, this is a horizontal segment, this is a arc or a circular curve, and this is a linear segment here as well. And you can see that if I draw a dimension and choose the radius for this curve. See, that has a true radius because that is truly an arc of a 50-foot radius. Okay. Now, if this were out there on the street, there's my edge of pavement coming around here into my parking lot. Well, let's say this has a point of, well, let's even do this. I'm going to create points from entities, and I'm going to start here with number 101, and I'm going to put this on, let's see, payment EOP. And my description is going to be P, E, P. I'll say okay. Say okay, and I'm going to choose that. All right, so I now got points 101, 2, 3, and 4, but they have 0 elevation. In fact, let's go back and draw. Let me make my point defaults. Make sure I say label 0. Should be okay. Let's see. Roll lucky points. One, 2. There we go. So they all have 0 elevation. But out there in the real world, those are actually going to have differing elevations. So let's say point number 101 let's just give that an elevation of, let's call it 100, half a foot. And 102 maybe came down a little bit in elevation, and it was at 99.73. And 103, as it went around the curve, maybe it came back up a little bit. And let's say it was at say 101.26, and 104 might have been, I get to it here. Let's say 102.35. All right. So now they have specific elevations. And when you're looking at that in plan view, I'm looking straight down here. That is a part of a circle. That is an arc. That's why it was able to label that as a circular arc. But if I were to make this into a 3D line instead of this 2D that's sitting down here, not wow. So that's where it should go. All right. Let me redraw those 101 to 104. Now, yeah, that's what you see how those points now have elevation, but that line that we originally drew from 101, 2, 3, and 4 was down at 0. But if that's to be the actual edge of pavement, that needs to be a 3D line that needs to be up at those elevations. So if I want to convert that, and that's what it means by removing the arc, it needs to remove that circle, that circular arc, and needs to remove it and replace it with some drawn segments. And it's going to have this effect. If I'm going to switch to the civil menu real quickly to 3D data, I'm going to say 2D to 3D polyline by points. And I'm going to keep the existing polylines, and I'm going to put this on a layer called 3D break line. Select points by point number. I'm going to say okay. It says select the polylines to convert. So I'm going to convert this polyline. Point numbers 101-104. Hit enter, and then hit enter to finish. It now changed one polyline, but I've got, let's go to that layer. Which was 3D break line. Let's make that say magenta and give it some line weight here so you can see it. Make sure I'm all okay. So that 3D polyline is magenta, and the other polyline stays as cyan with no line weight. Okay, so now let's give that also a line weight. Let's change. Let's see. Let's make one yellow. All right, now And you can see they're two different. So now I've got the 3D that actually is elevated, but the yellow below, which still has that, you know, it's still a circle. It's a piece of a circle from here around to here because it's an arc. But when I look at this, my plan view splits. If I take that circle, that's, let's say I just look at this piece of arc, it's as if I've come over here and I've picked that circular arc up to 99.73. And as long as I keep it level, it's still an arc. It's still part of a circle. But I can't do that. I've got to hold this end at 99.73. And I've got to come over here at this end and I've got to raise it up even higher, up to 101.26. So it's actually stretched. So if I look at that now in a direction that is normal to the plane it lies in, you have to sort of, you know, follow what I'm telling you to do or what to visualize here. So visualize you've turned your viewpoint now to where you're looking perpendicular to the plane from 99.73 to 101.26. This is no longer a circular arc. It's actually been elongated. It's been stretched horizontally, if I were to be able to see it that way. However, when we're dealing with our world in engineering and mapping kind of stuff, it's going to really still be, you know, this curb radius of 50 feet, but it's got elevation change on it. Well, it can't as far as the CAD world goes because I've now stretched that thing. It's no longer a circular arc and it doesn't know how to handle it. So it has to remove that that arc and replace it with all of these little itty bitty line segments. Okay. And I wish I could show, let's see if I can get this to. Yeah, let's look at it like that. So if I look at my original circle, my original circular part, that's that true arc. So it's got a point where it starts, a point where it ends, and it's got a radius. But if I compare that to this, it's been replaced with all of these little itty bitty straight line segments because the CAD system can't draw. There's no formula for what it has to do when it puts this at 99.73 and the other end at 101.26. It has to approximate the original arc. And it does that by that methodology that was set right here. Maximum offset or chord length. And what we're telling that is this. The maximum offset is for each little segment here, the maximum amount of differential. And let's draw this. Just bring this down here. So we're saying take this and draw instead a, you know, a partial representation or an approximation of that original arc. And so the maximum offset is this. You know, it's this distance right here. That's our maximum offset. And we set it to be 0.02. So we're saying I can live with the approximation if you're within 2 1/100ths of a foot of the original position of that circle. Otherwise, if I make it too big, I'm going to get these really wild, really different approximations, and they're not going to be good enough. The other option was um, let me switch to a different colored layer here. So the other option was a chord length, and we're saying 1/2 foot. So we're saying in that case, we're going to define it by, however small you need to make these segments, do so that this distance is less than or equal to that number we set. The maximum offset says, however you need to do that, do it within um, put down as many of these segments as you need to do such that this distance is always less than or equal to that number that we set. Okay. And so as you can see here, it put quite a few in there, not just these 2 like you see down here. So a pretty good approximation of the original circle. Now, here's the trade-off and why you need to understand those numbers a little bit. When you go to build a surface out of all of this 3-dimensional line work that you're going to get, that's going to have any arcs taken out and these little segmented areas put in, every one of these little vertex points, these vertices that you see along here, is going to be the corner of a triangle that's part of that surface. Okay. And the more triangles that you have, the more faithfully you're going to represent that surface through there. And you can make your surfaces a bit smoother so that they're not so choppy looking. And you can also, when you're going out there to build this with machine control, and you've got a dozer or a grader that's out there working, you're not going to miss it. Well, like this example here, where these things are so gross in their approximation that they don't build the structure correctly. So you get something that's nice and smooth like that, and it's going to build the structure nicely, and it's going to look a lot closer to the original intent. Now, the trade-off is the more of those that you have, and if you have a very complicated and very complex site, the more complex that surface is, the larger the data set and the more you're going to bog down the process. Now, something like this, that's fine. But if you have something like, all right, so there it was with the 0.02. Now, if I get rid of that one, and if I go back and I'll show you the difference, if I set that to be, instead of 0.02, I had it to be, something really small. And then I did that same 2D to 3D by points. I've got to move this back here a minute. Let me move this from here to now back in its original spot. So now if I go back to that 2D to 3D by points, and I choose that, and I go from 101 to 104. Now I'll choose that. I'm going to set its color back now to be by layer. So now look at the difference. Look at how many little segments it did, you see. It's really, really close to the original approximation. It's nice and smooth, but that would be a huge number of unnecessary points because every one of those vertices on average is going to be part of 3 to 5 triangles as they come in from one side and opposed to the other. Okay, so that's going to unnecessarily complicate it. If it is too large, instead of 0.02, let's just look at it at 1. And then we did the same command, 2D to 3D by points. 101 to 104. And now make that by layer. So there you see the example of just like this one over here, which now I can toss away. You can see, well, it set these down, it made these of a size so that it would be within that 1 foot off of that circle, which really that should be the 1 foot and away. This one's so large. But you can see the idea is that it's made it unusable in terms of being approximately where it's supposed to be. And I've seen actual I've seen actual design files where they've done their design. They've got these numbers set so high that the surface file itself is so crudely done that it starts here at the corner. It might go to the middle of the curve and come all the way back to this end of the curve. And it's just not defined well enough that it can go out there and be built. Now they get in, they get a bunch of drawn contours across, and they go, hey, bing, bang, boom, here's my contour map. I'm done here, Mr. Contractor, go and figure it out. And usually the contractors are smart enough to be able to do that. But if you want to do it correctly, you want to find that happy medium of where you've got a number. Come in here, let's point and shoot a little better. So you need that number to be a little bit more representative. A foot is not good enough. 0.000001 foot is way more than you need. So I found as a good rule of thumb, something like 0.02, 0.05, 0.01, something like that would be a good compromise. And then you choose which of these two methods that you want the computer to use when it does that conversion. And that's what that number is for. Okay. And with that, we are going to finally be able to get off of these settings. That's what they mean. That's what these linkings mean. So if you ever have any of these things not behaving the way you think it should, or something takes you by surprise, always come back and revisit this, in particular, this object linking. Okay. Now we're going to come up here in about 3 minutes and take us our little afternoon break. And when we come back, I want to step you through some of these different commands and what you can expect to find on these different menus and different settings. We're going to also then talk about these points and point groups, and we'll go through a couple of those exercises to see how these points are going to work. Okay. So with that, you can either save your drawing file, save your work, just go up to File and choose Save. Got some weirdness looking here. It's compressing something here sideways. But anyway, I'll work on that at another time. So we'll take our little break here. It's just at 3 o'clock. Let's come back at 3:15, and then that'll give us a chance to actually have a little more fun. We'll be able to see some things visually. We'll have some drawing stuff that we can play with and look at some of these edit commands and edit tools and see what they do. Okay. First of all, before we do that, any questions of any of this stuff? Everybody got a good sense of the really boring, dry crap that we need to understand? Everybody got a good handle on that now? Okay, good deal. So, questions at all?
I'll have a question in a minute just regarding where to find one of the files.
Okay. In fact, let me do this. I'm going to stop my share. Are you comfortable with Zoom? You know how to share your screen?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to
It may
stop.
take a second. Yeah.
I'll stop my share. I'm going to have you share yours.
Okay.
You see what
Let
you're
me pull up a folder here just a second. Give me just a second.
Sure, yeah, take your time.
All right. Let's see here. What I'm going to do is basically create a new drawing. And I was just looking for earlier, you had used as the base drawing that National CAD standard.
Mhm.
And I probably just missed.
Okay.
Anyway, I haven't found it yet.
All right, well, let me share what it is, but go ahead and share your screen.
Okay,
and
here we
let's
go.
step
One
in.
moment.
Okay.
Let's see which one is going to come up here.
You know, what I always used to do was forget you select the screen and then I would forget to hit the share button at the bottom. So,
Okay, so you should be seeing just our Zoom meeting, I think, at this point. Okay. Are you able to see the? No,
Not
that's,
yet.
that's the wrong one I was looking for. Just a second.
Yeah.
Nope, not that one. That'll work though. Okay, so here's just a new drawing that I made. Are you able to see that now?
You need to share the other.
Sorry.
It's all right. Stop the share. There you go. Now go to your share screen, and when that pops up, you should see a little picture that shows your drawing on it.
Yep. All right. How's that?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, so we're at a new drawing. I think it says 5. And so I'm just looking for the National CAD standard file, like as a template.
That template. Okay.
Yeah, and it seems to, let me go like that. Okay, so I'll just do file, whoops, here we go. So anyway, file new. So in my template, which is up here in this thread, then, what we
Well,
were looking for is
it-
not there.
it-
Of course, there's Carlson 24.
it's looking by default at a particular
Mm-hmm.
location. You see where it says look in?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me show you where that is and where you set that. And
Okay, that's what I think I missed.
yeah, now it could be that you don't have those national CAD standards in there. I've been carrying mine through so many versions, and I don't know that they've included those in the new versions anymore. That could be
Okay.
part of what you're looking at, but if you choose cancel there for a minute. Now go over to the black part of your drawing, the main screen there of your drawing. Right click and choose, well, escape. Yeah, right click and choose options at the bottom of the menu. Now look up at the Files tab at the left top. And you see that those things like support file, search path, and all of that. There is a, those are, that's one of the places that it's looking for some of this stuff. But if you go ahead and collapse that back and look, there's one down here below that says, there's something about it. There it is, template settings. Yeah, open that up and you can see the file location, the drawing template file location. So that is where it's looking. It's looking at your username, app data, local, Autodesk, blah, 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 and all the way to the end. It has a folder called template. So that's where it looks by default for those locations. Okay,
I
that's
see. Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot of that while we're here. Just to. Okay, thank you. Okay.
yeah, and that's so that's where it's looking. And now if you ever do something, let's say if you create, you get your drawing all set up like you like it with your layer names and everything is, set up the way you want to see it. And you want to save that as a drawing template, then you would go to file, save as, and you would change your, now not this file, but go ahead and cancel this now. But then when you, from inside AutoCAD, you would say file, save as, and yeah, you would pull that down and choose drawing template. Now, I will give you a little warning about something here when you're doing that. When you change that type to drawing template, but when you do that, it should kick you over to that template folder. I'm not sure that it does, but here's what it also doesn't do, and it causes a problem now. It might only be restricted to the IntelliCAD version. When you're doing that, when you choose that type and it just says AutoCAD drawing template, it puts it back to like a 2004 version of a template. It's better to save it as a DWG so that it stays at the new 2018 format, which is the latest format. And then find that, and then go out into Windows, find that file as a DWG and change the name of it to a .dwt and
Mm.
move it to that template file folder location.
Okay, so manually change it and then move it into the template folder.
Yes, go ahead and save it as a DWG. And if you want to turn it into a template file, I would just do it at Windows at the File Explorer level, change it to a DWG, and then move it to that location. It's
Okay.
supposed to work this way. The problem is that it puts it back as an older version, and then you get the annotative scaling doesn't work correctly with it because it's looking at that old file.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just a little caveat that I found, and that's really the workaround, the only workaround there is. So anyway, that
So,
should,
okay. As far as maybe obtaining I could just go out to the National CAD standards, like their website, like
oh,
what the
yeah,
Corps of Engineers uses or whatever. And so now I could even download one of their templates. Is that correct?
absolutely correct.
Okay.
And if
Okay.
you need some of these other ones, I'll be glad to, send you what I've got that came from Carlson. Um, I don't, I just don't, I don't know what they install now because I carry mine forward. So I'm not sure of what, that's why I think it says Carlson 24 now. I
Okay.
think
Right.
that they've, they've gone to doing instead of replicating those national CAD standards. I think they, had other customers that got confused. So they just, cut it way down. So
Okay. Instead of
anyway,
yeah,
yeah.
instead of 20 or 30 options, it's like, hey, well, here's 5 or 10 or something. So
So
okay.
But yes, you can go to those other locations. And again, it's nothing more than a drawing file. And you
Right.
just change the name and you put it in a certain location so that it's there when you go to look for it. And it
Hmm.
always looks in that templates. If you right click, choose options, look at files, it's always in that, wherever you point that to, that's where it's always going to look. So you might have, an organization might be looking at a place on a server that's, a network drive that everybody's looking at the same place. So it's just a better way to manage that. Okay.
Okay, that is great. I'm gonna see if I can quit sharing here. I was trying to
Yeah.
do that a second ago, but
It should be,
you might have to override that. Oh, here we go. Stop sharing.
there you go.
Okay. All
That's,
right.
I'll go ahead and put the share. When we're done, I'll put the share back up. Now, for those of you who may still be here, we've eaten up 10 minutes of your break. I'm going to go ahead and extend that. Let's come back at say 3:20. That'll get you at least 10 minutes out of it. And we had a little bit of one-on-one time. So we'll start back at 3:20. All right. To resume. So everybody back okay? There's Gretchen, there's Storm. There we go. We're all present and accounted for. Okay. So let's flush out the pipes with all those settings and crap, but that's where we're going to look at. But let's take a look at some um a couple of concepts and things here. One of which is, let's talk about the interface a little bit here, the user interface of what you have in your drawing. So some of these are going to be slightly different, but basically you've got this status bar down at the bottom where you've got certain controls over what what you're going to see in the drawing and maybe turn on and off different behaviors. But you've got your main drawing area out here in the graphics part. You've got your mouse and preferably you've got a wheel mouse. And if you just roll the wheel in and out, you're going to zoom in and out. If you press the wheel in and hold it and move the drawing, that should pan the drawing. And if you double click the wheel on the mouse, that should do a zoom extents so that it zooms in as far as it can while still showing you everything. That's what zoom extents means. And now we've got a choice on how we look at our, how we set up our particular user interface, how we're dealing with it. And again, like I said, I don't use that ribbon at the top just because I like to. I say I like to save the screen real estate to give me a little bit more drawing area, but as it turns out, I'm looking at I've got 3 horizontal rows of toolbars, and so that's really about the same real estate as that ribbon interface provides. So I don't know that I'm really saving much. That's not really necessarily the reason to turn that on and off. So if you like that ribbon interface, and that is the default, is to use those ribbons, by all means, please use them. So I'm going to turn mine back off and go back to my toolbars. And now the excuse I'm going to say is that, well, that's what I'm used to. So, um, that's what's there. Now, if you should happen to wonder as we're going through things, find out for yourself the easiest and best way to get to some of those commands. For instance, one that we use a lot, that you would use a lot in production, is on the edit menu. If you come all the way down to these polyline utilities. And then we go to the right, there's a little pull right menu, and then it's going to come down here and there are some more pull right menus, one of which says remove polyline. Now that doesn't mean erase the polyline. That means the choices you have to the right have to do with removing things about that polyline. So there you can remove duplicates, or you can remove the arcs, just like we demonstrated up above. You can remove segments or remove a vertex. So one that we use a lot of is this remove polyline vertex. And I'm going to show you a couple ways of doing these kinds of things and let you follow along. But because that's such a common command, look at what I have to do to get there. I have to go click on the edit menu, go down to polyline utilities, go click on that, go to the right, click on remove polyline, go to the right of that, and then finally wind up at remove polyline vertex. Now let me show you a couple of things to help you learn the system. The first one is that you notice that command has an icon to the left of it, as does the command above it. The two commands above that do not. Now, what that means when you see an icon to the left of any given command, that means that that command is also somewhere on a toolbar. It doesn't tell you which toolbar, but it's somewhere out there on a toolbar. And you can also see, if you look closely, the command says remove polyline vertex, and you see the end of a pencil with the eraser pointing to that polyline, and the vertex, or the little, what they call a glyph or a grip, is colored red. Same thing above it, remove polyline segment. So you see the pencil eraser is over a highlighted chunk of the polyline. So first of all, the icons are going to make a little sense, hopefully, but the fact that it has an icon tells you that it is on a toolbar somewhere. And as it turns out, those two commands are on a toolbar called the polyline toolbar. Okay, we'll talk about that here in a second. But I want to also show you something else, that most of these commands, not all, because the programmers get in a hurry, but most of them will tell you down below on the status bar, there's a little help line that comes up, and this one, as you can see there in that bottom dark gray stripe of my status bar, it says removes the user specified vertex from a polyline, and then it says RMVERTEX. So that tells me a couple of things. First of all, it tells me what the command does, and it also tells me the typed name, or the name of the command that I could type at the command line if I wanted to type the command instead of pick it from the menu. So instead of doing that, I could simply click down here where it says command and type RMVERTEX. And see, that's going to bring up that command. Okay, if I'm a typist. If I don't want to type quite so many characters, I've got another place where I can do that under my settings called quick keys. And I'm going to come down here, and I think it's already down here somewhere. RV. There's RVP, that's reverse polyline, but I should have an RV. I don't see it in this one, so maybe I need to reconfigure it. So I could add, and I'm going to put in here a little shortcut. I'm just going to say RV, and I'm going to make that a command which was of the form find it here. Let's see. Might just be able to type it like this. I might have to, let's see, I've got too many M's. I might have to, let's see if that's going to work. So if I type RV, yep, select polyline for remove problem. So there's a couple of ways to do it. You can look at these choices, figure out, where these are. You can go back to the menu. That's always the choice. You can see that it has an icon, and you can decide, try to find the toolbar that it's on and get used to where that happens to be. Okay. And that particular toolbar, I'm going to pull it down here now. This is my polyline toolbar, and it's got a number of commands from a number of different places. This is one called extend by distance. You see that icon, and that command is also edit, extend by distance. Right there's that one. There's another command here called boundary polyline, and that is under the draw menu, boundary polyline. This one is join nearest, again under edit, join nearest. Then I've got all of this. There's reduce, densify, smooth, close, add a polyline vertex, add intersection points. That's anytime where lines cross, it could put a point where they cross. And right there is your remove polyline vertex and remove polyline segment, as well as some of these others. And again, they come from different places. Now I'm going to put that back up here in the top area. And what I found is the quickest for me is that I know that's the toolbar I'm going after, and so I'm going to find that command up here. Same thing with this one right here, that erase by layer. That's on my view. I'm sorry, not view, but edit, erase by layer. I've got all of these view commands here, like isolate layers, restore layers, freeze and thaw by pick or by selection. So I've got all of these different things that I've also found that they're on this layers toolbar. So however you want to get used to finding those and getting to them, there's no wrong way to do that. So we're just going to try to find what we're the most comfortable with. Okay. But once you have all that set, you can save that particular configuration, and so just when everything's set, and then you do a save, and then you exit out of AutoCAD or IntelliCAD and come back into it, it has stored it in this thing down here. I'm going to look down here at the bottom of my status bar, and I see this little gear. That's where I'm going to look at my what's called workspaces. So if I double click that in IntelliCAD or just single click it, you can see I've got all of these different workspaces. I've got a Carlson workspace. I've got a Carlson DGN workspace where I'm actually using Carlson but working directly in a MicroStation file. There's my start page. I've got drafting and annotation. I've got IntelliCAD Classic, view and markup. So all of these different settings. If I look at, and I'm going to go now to 2024 version again, just long enough to pop it up here. I'm a little bit disappointed in this version that I wound up getting because they broke stuff on me, but let's see if it ever decides to load. Really, come on. See, it's not going to let me. There we go, finally. So now. Mhm. The same ones. It's not what I'm looking for here. Let me see. One, excuse me, one version of this is I've got they come in with a little more definitive names. Let's see here. Yeah, that was really what I was looking for. So these are by default different names that you can choose. Like right now, I've got a civil workspace, and that's even though I'm in my survey menu set, if I switch to say hydrology, it's going to load up whatever menus, whatever toolbars, whatever ribbons, anything that I have set up in that interface that was saved under that particular workspace is how I can set that. So if I go back to civil, I'm going to see it looked like my hydro still had my ribbons on. It looks like civil, they're not on. So they're there, and I've got, my properties there to the left. So whatever arrangement that you have in these, those can be saved under those workspaces. These particular workspaces here should also say those things. But I think because I switched it in and out of the IntelliCAD Classic, I think it reset those. But anyway, those are there. Other places that you can set is if I go to my settings menu and looked at my IntelliCAD options, nope, wrong place. Go to settings, IntelliCAD settings, IntelliCAD drawing settings. No, still. For you, Gretchen, it would be right-click options. And I wonder if I can just type options here. Oh, yeah, they just put it in a different spot. The AutoCAD Profiles tab is all the way on the far right. Under here, I've got these different profiles, paths and files and profiles, one of which is you can give these different profile names. Now, that does a very similar thing to that workspace that stores the particular configuration that you are trying to save and be able to reload later. And I think with let's see, options. I think with this one, yeah, that's still just the two. Under options here, the far right profiles, yeah, see, I've got a number of different options. I've got AutoCAD 2023, English, 2024, and unnamed. I've got these 3 Carlson and regular AutoCAD. So I have all of these different profiles that are still accessible to me through this AutoCAD installation. So it's just another way of getting access to those particular configurations. All right, and they control things, like I said, however you've got, light or dark user interface preference, your toolbars, how you have them arranged vertically, horizontally, and where they drag out. Now, the way you set those then is you're going to right click in some of this gray area up in this top of the screen, the title bar area. If you're in AutoCAD here, if I go over to the right-hand side and I'm going to click, say, in this blank gray spot, and I've got a couple of pull rights, okay? So here's some AutoCAD things, and these are all of these different AutoCAD toolbars that are available to me. Notice some of the things like draw, layers, layers 2, modify, modify 2, properties, and standard. I've also got in there under Carlson, I've got draw, and I've got layers, and I've got, some of the same names. Some versions of this will tell you that it's draw, but it's Carlson's instead of AutoCAD's. I've got some different, different ways I can pull these things in and out as I'm working on this. Now, if I'm back in the IntelliCAD version, I've got a couple of other additional choices. If I right click over there, I can turn these on and off if I want to use them or not. I can choose to choose these particular menus out of these different modules. So if I'm working in survey, for instance, which is the set I have up now, but let's say I never did anything, I didn't want to see the GIS menu from my survey module. I can just uncheck it and it won't load it. Okay, it's just a means of setting these menus up. In the toolbar section, if I choose show toolbar, I now also have this, Carlson. I've got the old C&G survey that I can ignore, and I've got this IntelliCAD toolbar. So these are the CAD only ones. I've got IntelliCAD with DGN, that's Bentley MicroStation support. But so I'm really going to be concentrating on anything within IntelliCAD that I might need and anything within Carlson I might need, okay? And so I would bring those up and choose of all of these different available options, which toolbars that I might want to see up and have handy. And it just depends on your workflow, what you want to see and where you want to work from. Okay. So there's a couple of them. I use entity snaps and modify out of my IntelliCAD drawing system. Now notice I've got IntelliCAD, but I don't even have the draw. These are the IntelliCAD draw tools. So I can draw a line, polyline, that kind of stuff. But I use the Carlson draw commands because it gives me so much more flexibility when I'm doing that. That's just, what I've found from my experience. So that's why I don't need those up there. But you can have both of them out if you'd like. Now, all of that, excuse me, is also available from our settings menu. Is we have this toolbar manager and setup where we can set those things up independently. So if I look at my toolbar setup, I've got, instead of right clicking and choosing all of those, I can now get to that same location. And again, this pull down, it's easy to overlook that. So don't overlook that choice. So I'm going to look under Carlson, and instead of having to, go over here and right click it on the gray spot and find those, and you click them one at a time, and you have to keep going back and right click and right click and right click. So this allows me to have a running list that I can check on and off the things that I want to see as, part of what I'm doing. Now, notice there's all kinds of things in here under Carlson toolbars. I've got, detailing, doors, I'm not sure exactly what those are. That should be, let's look at doors and railings, for instance. And so they're just more, yeah, these are different, so if I've got a bollard railing, starting point from say here to, ooh. All right, so we're in metric. So that's now placed all of these different bollards at different things based on that particular toolbar. So, that gets really specific into these other toolbars that you might or might not need. Like and I'm going to turn those back off. I don't have any need for that. But these are things like angles and channels and, a lot of mechanical things that you might have some use for. But for what I'm doing, and these are the doors and, those, and you've got windows, you've got a lot of the architectural kind of stuff. So under that toolbar setup, and that's all of these AEC things up here, and there's architecture, engineering, and construction. So you have all these different ones that you can turn on and off as you need. So the ones that I have on myself, and you can see that are out here, I use my Carlson menus because I have survey, civil, hydro, GIS, CADNet, all of these. I've got geotech. I don't have any of the mining software installed, but I can use that. And that's this toolbar up here that you're seeing where my mouse is swinging. It shows the survey instrument, it shows the roadway disappearing into the horizon, it shows the rain cloud, etc. That lets me switch between the various modules. That's my Carlson menus. Okay. The next one I have that I use quite often is draw and entity properties. That's where I come up here and I choose, and it's not this properties box, but it's this toolbar, and it's where I can pull these little pull downs where you can set the layer and the color and the line weight and the line type. Right now they're all set to, I'm sitting on layer 0, and my color is by layer, my line type is by layer, my line weight is by layer. Okay, so all of those are available on that toolbar. It's probably not, excuse me, it's probably not a toolbar that I would use much of, except I need these two little buttons. And that's this one right here. You see, if I hover, it says entity properties. But these two little buttons right here, I use constantly. Because right there is how I just pop up my layer control. I don't ever use these over here because I usually go to here and set it, however I need it at any given time. Well, I've got all kinds of, see, when I pulled those rails and stuff in, it built a whole lot of layers for me. All right, so that's why I use that toolbar. I have another one, this surface toolbar, which has, triangulate and contour. It's got all these different things. I use that one, and I use surface file viewer and 3D viewer. Those three commands are the ones I use all the time off that toolbar. The rest of those I usually just get from a different location. All right, but here's what I've got. My toolbar setup. So I've got my Carlson menus. I've got draw, entity properties, grading, inquiry, and really the only thing that I really do much with inquiry is that standard distance command, but again, they're all there. Then I've got layers, and that's where I've got these different commands to isolate and restore layers, freeze layers, thaw layers, that kind of stuff, erase by layer. Um, and then the big one that I do all the time is this polylines. We talked about that one because the command is so deeply buried in the menus, I find it better to get from there. And surface, we talked about, that was that triangulate and contour the view and the two views. But then I also want standard. And my standard is this one, upper left most horizontal. It's got the new, open, save, print, et cetera, undo, redo. Okay. And then I've got these transparent point or selection commands, and that's this vertical set on the far right. That's the shorter ones. Again, you can drag those and they'll dock to the left and right, top and bottom, put them wherever you want them to go. Okay. And then I have under IntelliCAD, I've got my entity snaps and modify. That's things like move, copy, offset, break, all of those different standard modify stuff. Okay. So all of those out of everything you see there on my screen, that's what they are. So over here's my draw. These are those different manipulation ones. And I've got this entity snaps, which I don't ever use, but I put it there so when people ask me, well, how can I get my snapping? If you're not familiar with object snaps, this is not a, it's not a bad way. It's certainly a, um, it's a nice, handy way to have these available for you. I normally just set mine on. I set my settings up here. I'll usually go for endpoint, midpoint, sometimes center, but sometimes not. But I do want this extension on because you can do a lot with those particular snapping and snap trackings. But again, I don't tend to use these up here because when I need to use something separate like that, and those are just like little one-offs on the fly, let's say I'm doing this and I want to go to the endpoint of there. Well, right now my endpoint is already turned on, so that's going to find the endpoint and there's my midpoint. But if I wanted the geometric center of this, I could go to, one of these, like that's the center of a circle, um, midpoint between two other points, tracking points from a point, different things. Or I could, instead of trying to find those, I just got in the habit years ago, in old, like 19 somethings, 1980s or 90s, is if you hold the shift key down and right click the mouse, you're going to get this little snap pop-up menu and it just will go away. So I can now use a center snap. And if I choose that, then if I point to an object, you see it finds and you see the little red highlight in the middle. So it goes down there to the center. The ones that are active are currently active. Yes, Storm, I'm sorry. I'm glad
Oh,
you
it's
raised.
okay. I just raised my hand. For the center line or the circle to find the center, does that only work for objects or can that also work for points?
No, let's see. Get rid of these and let's. So if I draw all my points, there we go. And all right, so now, so if that, so when you say would that work for points, where would the center of that point be? You mean like right smack where those things meet?
Yeah, right where the
Right,
the
yeah, so,
intersection.
yeah, so that's not, so what that is, it's not the center, but it's I applaud the way you're thinking. Um, a Carlson point is actually composed of three different things. There are two blocks and there is a CAD point entity. So if I were to take this point number 11, and if I explode that, now watch what happens. So I'm going to go over here on the right-hand side and get my little stick of dynamite. I'm going to explode that. So you see what it did? It exploded it into these three, what just looks like pieces of text. But if I look at that, select one, and I look at my properties, I see it as an attribute definition. So that's an attribute. That's another attribute. And that's another attribute. Well, that makes a block when I look at it in terms of, say, point number 10. There's a block that has three attributes or labels in that block. Okay, that's one item. The other item is this. And it's those two lines that were drawn, and it's whatever I chose as the point symbol. And it could have been, any one of those different types of symbols. These are all what are called graphic blocks, and they have what's called an insertion point. That's what you're talking about, the center. So if I were to choose this one, it would be right there, probably where that intersection is. These circular ones should be right smack in the middle of those circles. Same thing for this equilateral triangle. It should be right in the middle. I've seen some software that doesn't necessarily put them in the right place, like this old C&G stuff. Particularly the triangular ones, they had their triangles weren't truly equilateral. They were like tall and skinny, if you can visualize that. And so they put the points in the wrong spot. Like if I were to look at, looks like these are all okay, but the old ones were, in fact, there's a possible example. That one shows the center point of that triangle. It looks like it is in the right spot if it were just a triangle, but you look at that point in relationship to where the outside border is around all of that. That looks low of center, doesn't it? And I don't know that that is correct or not, but that's, like I said, all of those things. When I look at this, it was a block. Now, this particular case, the insertion point of that block was right there at the middle of that plus mark. So that's another object that's part of that, is that as a drawn block. So I've got the block of the three attributes or labels, and I've got the block that's the drawn symbol. But I also have, if I select, I'm just going to draw a little window around it here. You see that one thing that shows up? I get one little grip that shows up. And I look over here on the left in my properties and I see that's a point. That is a CAD point, an AutoCAD point or IntelliCAD point. And it is truly a point entity. So that is the snapping designation for a point entity in the CAD system. And I'm going to erase all this and just redraw that point 11. In fact, I'm going to change to a different symbol. So see it, and so now there's point number 11 drawn with a different symbol. And if I were to you can't see it, it's so tiny you can't really see it here on the screen. I can barely see it on mine without going through Zoom. But what the snapping that is associated with that is what's called node snapping. So if you snap, see the set node snap? So instead of center snap, you're going to snap to the node, and that's going to grab that point. Now, here's something that I mentioned earlier this morning when we were talking about some of those settings to have, is what we call a point object snap, and that's on our settings menu, and that's this point object snap on and off. That's a Carlson separate snap that's not available to the CAD system. It corresponds to the node snap, but here's the problem when you are using these snaps. Like if you wanted to draw a say a polyline here from point number 11. So if I hover near that point, even with my node snapping on, but you see these other snaps are also still active, my end point, my midpoint, and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so if I have that point object snapping on and off, and I have it on right now, notice that when I go to, and it's asking me to pick a point or point number, now watch the graphic part of the screen. If I just hover over the elevation mark, you see that how it lights up? It automatically finds that, and I don't have to get, too like if I go to right there, I can accidentally go to part of the geometry of the symbol, and that's not what I want. What I want is to be right at the center of that point. So I can just point to the, any one of those pieces of label, and and as long as that point snap is on, you're going to see that light up. Now that would be exactly the same as if I had gone over here to my snap settings, turned all of these off, and turned this node snap on. That would also let me pick up that point. Okay. But I don't have to do that if I have that point object snapping on. I can stay away from that, from those edges as far as getting that. Now, back to our point 11. Again, there is a CAD point right there where the point is. There is a graphic block, and then there is a block of these three attributes. That's what makes up a Carlson block. Three things: a CAD point, a graphic block, and a block of attributes. Okay. To show you another view of the CAD point, if you go to the settings menu and you come down here to IntelliCAD settings and choose to the right the point style. And Gretchen, I think in your case, if you go to settings, point object, snapping on and off, let me see, AutoCAD settings, point style, AutoCAD settings, point style. So you're going to get this, similar to what we see here. So these are our point styles. Now, right now, by default, I've got that little dot. That means it's going to show there, and that's why I say you can barely see it. And when it was, let me get rid of this. When it's there, I can look I can see it. If I move it around, I can see it just barely, but that is just barely. So if I look at that different point style, I can set this to be anything I want it to be. There it is as a plus. And if I change it to be, say, an X, then there it is. Now, this, when I select this guy as just a point, in fact, I'm going to just type the command point. I'm just going to give it a point here. I'll put one there. And now if I change these point styles, let's put it back to a plus. Let's make it, instead of any of those, let's make it a circle and a square and a plus. Okay, so that is just the way, and let's change it one more time. Let's, instead of making it size 4, let's make it size 1. All right, so you can make these of different things. And so that's, you do a percent of the screen size. So it's always 5% of the screen. So if I go here, they're going to get bigger. If I zoom in really tight, they're going to get smaller. You know, so every point is going to do that if I have that set to something other than that little dot. And so I do that because I don't, you know, I'm not relying on these point styles for the CAD points to be able to display those. So when Carlson, I'm going to choose a very specific symbol. Like I may want a fire hydrant. Well, I don't have a fire hydrant as one of the CAD symbols. I've got either nothing, a dot, a plus mark, an X mark, a vertical half line. You see down here, that's top to bottom. Then I've got those same things, but with circles around them. So a circle around nothing, a circle around a dot, a circle around a plus, a circle around the X, a circle around the vertical half. Or I've got those same options, but with a square, or I've got all of them together. Circle, squared, nothing, circle, squared, dot, circle, square, plus. So those are the only options I've got, all right? So let me get rid of these 2 points while I can still see them. And then I'm going to set this back to that and leave that as it was. So that's the actual snap designation that you want. So if I were to say draw a line, let me just draw a, let me draw a 3-dimensional line here. And this time I'm going to actually go over here and I'm going to turn off my automatic snapping. And I'm going to actually now then actually turn it back on, but set my settings up. I'm going to uncheck all of these options and say node. And so now I won't accidentally grab that, you know, grab those endpoints, but I can grab now that individual, you know, the actual center point. So even if I grab over here, it's going to always go to that node of that point. Okay. Now also with this settings point object snap on and off, notice you also get, when you hover the mouse and you get to where it's going to find the point, it's going to tell you, look at that little pop-up. It tells you the point number, the northing elevate, or the northing, the easting, the elevation, and it tells you the coordinate file that it's from. Okay. And a lot of times it will, yeah, so there it is with the also the description. And sometimes it tells you maybe the command that was used to create the point. But in any case, understanding what Carlson points are, the fact that they're more than just you know, it's a combination of all of these different things, these three attributes, a graphic symbol, as well as a CAD block. And that is, if I go back to my crossing configure general settings, you see this little checkbox over here on the right? This is group point entities. What that means is that you're going to take those three entities, the drawn graphic block, the attribute or labels block, and the CAD point, and you're going to group them together and you're going to treat them like a single entity. That's what that means, to group those. And that's why, Gretchen, on the CAD side of here, do I have these points? Yes. So when I select this point, see how it's just one big thing here like this?
Right, it sort of looks like that tiny blue square inside
Right.
a large rectangle.
Exactly. And so if I were to move this around now, when I move that, I'm moving it from that grip, but the actual point location is where the red plus is. Okay. So now here's something in the AutoCAD world that you need to maybe be aware of, that you can't do. So if I were to grab that same thing over here, when I select this, notice I get 4 different grips. You know, that's handy. And here's why. And so on the AutoCAD side, what you might want to do, there's a setting here. If I go to my right click options, and this setting is it has to do with those gripping or grouping rather. Let's see if I can find it. It might be under user preference. It's under selection. So if you go to the selection tab, and this will just apply to Gretchen and Storm, yours as well, maybe. I think you'll get this same dialogue when you choose options. You might have to just type the word options and hit enter. But it's this object grouping. See, that selects all objects in a group when you select any one object in that group. So if you uncheck that and say, okay, now that still treats it as a group. It still knows it's a group because I've got that going for me under my Carlson configure general group point entities. Okay, but now watch the difference. If I select this now, I get all these different grips show up. Okay.
That's kind of nice in case we want to delete one.
Well, you can't just delete this. Like if you know, if
I
you
mean
can't,
freeze, sorry.
yeah, but I mean, you can still do that too, even with it without, uh, let me put this back like, this would respond. That still. Just do it from here. Let's see. Come on. Got too much stuff going on. Selection. So if I leave this back on, um, but again, Gretchen, I like what your thought process was too. But if I have this back like this and it's still like that, I still have the ability with the Carlson command, if I want to say, go over here and freeze by pick or freeze that layer. If I know the layer, and the layer I do know is under this points. Where's my individual? Let me see here. So it's just P and T. So see, I know that the point number is on P and T and O, the point elevation is on ELEV and DESC. So I can freeze those individually, even with that grouping still on, and I can go to my choice where if I freeze a layer by pick, if I just pick one of those, let's say if I want to freeze off the elevation, see, that doesn't prevent me from doing that. See, I can still do that. Of course, it does it for all of those points. Oh, I was looking for that. I couldn't see those points the last time. So anyway, all right. So that doesn't prevent me from doing that. But what it does prevent me from being able to do is this. If I have this set here and I'll only see that one grip, it prevents me from doing this. When I don't have it, I can take that particular, say it was in the way of something, and I could put this over here. Or if I, needed the elevation to be somewhere else, or I can even, um, put this either closer up underneath and maybe want to put this, out somewhere else. So this is entirely different than what you see here for these. So that's called moving that point. See, that move the point attributes. But I'm able to do that with grips. I can't do that if I can't get to those individual grips. So if I go to my uh, option, let me uncheck that and right click now. Selection is chosen there. If I uncheck that object grouping, and now when I select the group, everything in the group gets selected, but it doesn't give me just a single grip to manipulate the whole group. So now I can do the same thing here. I can just take these individual, um, attribute relocations and move them around individually without changing that point location here in the middle. Now, if I select that one and move that, of course, that's going to move the actual point itself. Okay, except it didn't actually. See, that point is actually right here. And all that, what I did here was move this. So if I want to move that back to there we go. So with that setting, and again, right click options, and it's on the selection tab, whether you have those selections grouped together into a single grip, so you can't do these individual movements. Let me see if I'm going to edit this point, this again. Description here. Now, if I go back to that as being grouped in my CAD selection, object grouping. So now I can't move those around by selecting them here, but I still can go to my points menu and say move point attributes. I select it. So I can do those individually and then set them at a particular angle and do all kinds of so I'm not prevented from doing that. And maybe that's your preference. You'd really rather that whole thing just be treated, like a single selection. Okay, so just be aware of that subtlety. Okay. One other thing that it will do when let's say you're trying to move these points around, you don't want to move the point, but you're trying to get these labels out of the way of something else. Let's say you've got a bunch of them, they're all in tight together. One of our things on our points menu is to move the point attributes with a leader, at which point you can, do something like that. And it just puts the whole thing up as a block that you can have it, reposition itself later. Okay. And it will even, when you go back to draw your points again, I believe, at least it does in some versions, I just say draw all. So it redrew point number 10 over here that I moved individually. Okay, so it did not do point number 11. Some of these versions, though, if you move that and you do it with a move leader, usually if you redraw, yeah. So the IntelliCAD versions preserve the leader relocation. It will honor that. The AutoCAD version does not. Okay. Another reason I like the IntelliCAD version. But you want to know, oh, excuse me. You want to know the real chief reason, one of the biggest reasons that I prefer the IntelliCAD version to the AutoCAD version, I'm going to show you here in just a moment. When we look at, I'm going to pop into the AutoCAD version here again. Now, we've talked about some text styles and different things. They're just sort of CAD type of things. We've looked at our layer definitions. So if I take my layer filter off here, I've got all these layer names, colors, whether they're on, frozen, or locked, line weight, line type. So that's one thing I can do here with these, with my layer manager. Now, if I need to change the text style, well, I have to run the style command. Okay, so I run the style command and I get this dialog box. Those are my different text styles. If I want to use my line types, if I want to load up or look at what I might have as line types, I have to run a line type command. If I want to see any externally referenced drawings, I have to run a command called xref, and that brings up this xref file manager. All different, completely different places and things, okay? But in my IntelliCAD version, if I look at my, what they just call layer manager, yeah, do it in the 23 version. If I go to view layer control, okay, that's going to bring up this thing, and it's going to look very similar to that AutoCAD layer control where sorry, I have to resize all this stuff. So that's going to look very similar to this. Okay, so that's fine. But look at this. I not only have that with my layers, but I have layer states, line types, text styles, coordinate systems, views, layouts. Those are those paper space tabs, any blocks, any dimension styles, groups, materials, and any externally referenced files. All of it done in a single thing called the Explorer. And not only that, if I have more than one drawing file open, and I'm going to go back to, let's open up, say, the civil demo drawing, which is, get here. Okay. So let's close that out for a minute. All right, so there's my civil demo. And if I go back to that same command, I not only have all of those different things, like you saw just a minute ago, the layers, the text styles. You see, I've got these different text styles, different fonts, etc. But if you see here, it's telling me I've got Civil Demo 2, that's bold, and it's opened up. But because I've also got class example ICAD 2023 open, I've got, I've got layers in that file. I've got layers in this file. I've got line types in that file. I've got line types in this file. I've got text styles here. I've got text styles there. If I want to copy any of those things from one to the other, I can do so just right here. I've got text styles. Let's say I want this bold one, lot number, and let's use the CD fixed width. All right, so I've got those three selected from the one drawing. I might just make sure I've got the same category showing, and I'm just going to drag and drop right on that same thing. Those were text styles, so I do that. And now when I go back to that drawing, you see now I have those text styles. And if I were to actually go into that drawing, which I am now in that drawing, and if I look at those text styles, and I'll use the styles command this time, except I'll type it correctly as style. I now see that I have that CG fixed width, lot number, and bold one. Those are the ones I just dragged and dropped in there. Now, if you remember the drawing I showed you earlier with the big drainage project with the school, and I had, 15 or 20 different sheets that were all laid out at the bottom. Those are all my layouts. I can open that file. I can open another file, maybe that I wanted those same sheets to be defined the same way. Well, I can just drag and drop from one into the other. And so that's a really, really nice way of doing it. In AutoCAD, I have a similar functionality, but it's in a different place. It's called Design Center. And I get to that by typing DC, set, no, of course, they're going to change it for that. All right, so let's see if I can DESIG center. There we go. So that kind of functionality here is the same way. It's actually in some regards, it's a little bit more powerful because it's not only going to let you work like I did in IntelliCAD. I was able to work within open drawings, but this lets you work with drawings that you don't even have open. You can choose, let's say, what do I have? So I'm in here. So I had some sample drawings. So if I'm in this particular folder, floor plan, okay. So here's a drawing I haven't even opened, but it's got some blocks in it. It's got detail views, it's got all these different things. And if I want that to be in my current drawing, well, I can just select them. Let's see these layers. So there's my different layers. So maybe I want to take these, these several layers, and I just drag and drop them into the drawing as opposed to onto the same category. If I managed to get that or not, I can't tell if it's dragging. Doesn't seem to be. Let's try these atrium columns. Yeah, so just copy here. I can't tell if it's doing that now. So, if I go back to the drawing, I can see that I have these text styles. All right, so now I've got some layer names that you should now, if I go back to my layers here, I've got those atrium. Yeah, there's those columns. And I should have the ones up there at the top. Now there's my atrium and floor. Yeah, so they all went. I couldn't tell for the way my mouse was responding. So I'd still have that same functionality. I just had to go to a different place. But that's one of the reasons that I actually like that particular tool. So IntelliCAD has put it all together in that one thing called the Explorer. It's what they call the IntelliCAD Explorer, and it's all by these different categories. Okay. So they've consolidated everything into this one little interface here, but they have certain things like the polyline commands are, you can see the different, there's the polyline edit, but you see all of these different commands that they've broken out into separate individual commands. AutoCAD, on the other hand, has a command called pedit, which stands for polyline edit. You select the polyline that you want to edit. And now look at the choices. Well, you can edit the vertices, you can close it, decurve it, fit, join, line type, mode, reverse, split, blah, 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 blah. And let's say if you did do edit vertices, I'm going to say E. Well, notice now I've got a completely different set of options. I got next, previous, angle, break, insert, move, read, blah, 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 blah. So you've got this multi-level of options in a menu so that they can do 37 things in one command. Carlson does 37 commands that relate to that instead of everything in one command. However, they do, conversely, they put all of those tools in that IntelliCAD Explorer. They put everything into one spot instead of having separate commands for each of those, although they still also have individual commands for those things like text styles, um, layers, and different things as well. So just a matter of what you get used to, what you're comfortable with, what makes you a little more productive as to what you might want to use. Okay. So with all of that being sort of, put on steroids and shoved in your face here, um, let's sort of talk about what we're going to look at here tomorrow. So we've got some, it's been a little bit more haphazard than I would have hoped, perhaps. But by looking at these and understanding where these settings are and how they affect what you're doing, it's going to help you, be able to work with these and look at these. Um, the effects of what these are going to be. You're not going to know every command, by the end of the day tomorrow. You're not going to know where everything is, but I'm going to start to give you these things. What can you think about? What commands are important? We've got things like drawing cleanup. We've got things like erase by layer. We've got, all of these different things. And remember, we were talking about those in our command reference. When you see those things in those commands that have, they're red, like there's erase by layer. I've got drawing cleanup, that's red, but some of these others are not. So those are going to be ways that we're going to start to learn how this is going to work. But we're also going to start to look at things like, we're going to start to use like a decision tree. Like what you have is, you have one of two things. You either have something in this drawing that you're working with, you either have something in the drawing or you don't. And let's say you don't have something in the drawing, but you need it in the drawing. So it hasn't been created yet. So of those particular things, you don't have it, you do need it. So how would you, what menu might you look at first if you don't have something that you need? And, you know, the answer to that would be, well, I'm going to look under the draw menu, so I need to create it. Right? So you're going to look there and you're going to start drawing things. Now, this is under the draw menu, it's typically set up to where we're going to draw individual entities, polylines, you know, specialized polylines like rectangles and different CAD type of drawn things. We have some additional draw commands like we did earlier where we took out this, you know, we have that saved separate centerline file, and I could go to the centerline menu and draw the centerline file. I can also go to surface and I can draw some surface information. I can draw the surface, I can draw the triangles, I can draw the boundary of it, I can generate contours from my surface file, etc. So I can have a little more specialized, like draw centerline file. I'll find that file, I'll draw the PI lines, label my center lines. There's that junk one, there's that main street, so there it is. And, you know, it's even put in my curve information, my stationing, you know, the whole business. And I could have taken the time to, you know, define what C road centerline layer was going to look like in this particular drawing. Okay. So, you know, if you don't have it and you need it, look first at some of these draw tools and then look at what it is you're looking for. And you're going to see, well, do I have that as a separate outside piece of information? How do I get that in? Now, once it's in, so you've answered that question. It's either not there or it is there. And if it is, what can you do to it? Well, obviously you can erase it and do those kind of things, but we're talking about selecting something that's in the drawing, and now you want to either ask a question of it, like give me a report. What is your elevation? You know, what layer are you on? What kind of properties do you have? Or you want to modify it. Okay, so those two options, asking questions of it is probably going to be up here under the inquiry type tools. Whereas if you're going to modify something, I would look under the edit tools, okay? Or over under the modify toolbar, which you see over here on the far right. Okay, so those types of thought processes are going to be what I want you to start to use as you start to learn this. Now then tomorrow when we come in, we're going to spend some time in the morning with a real drawing that has a bunch of stuff in it. And we're going to go through a couple of these essential commands that are really handy, like erase by closed polyline, um, erase by layer, some of these inquiry things like the drawing inspector. So all of these different things are going to be stuff that we typically do. Um, file, drawing cleanup, which is a huge thing if you are in the business of taking files in from others and you need to evaluate that file, the correctness of that file. You need to find out information about what you're receiving before you progress, before you move ahead. You want to make sure it's all there. So those are some of those tools. So we'll spend a little bit of time doing that in the morning, but then we're going to, you know, dive in pretty hard on points and surfaces and how to build those. And we're going to go through these particular exercises that you see here, starting right in here in this, any of these red things, like there's points and point groups. But then how are we going to model this stuff in 3D? How do we add break lines? How do we evaluate that? And then this workflow called putting it all together, which basically takes this stockpile and a borrow pit. And so you get a little bit of grading, you get some volume analysis, you get some surface building. So all of those kind of things. Now that's going to fly pretty fast, but the nice thing about it is when we get to those things, you're going to have these, you know, step-by-step procedures on how to do it. You can go back and keep practicing this with, you can always re-download this entire data set fresh anytime you need, months from now, years from now. And it's going to be this particular workflow, and it's going to step you through, you know, this whole thing about creating that surface of stockpile and this borrow pit, little road, you know, haul road that you're building in. There's your profile of the road, and you're cutting it into the hillside, and you're going to land down into this borrow pit area. You know, then show the contours. And if you were to zoom in there, that was not a particularly great choice of visualization, but I'm looking at that surface, showing it as a gravel texture, a gravel and dirt texture, because it was a stockpile. So there's my entrance road that came into it, and it was, and that's that entire, um, you know, sort of workflow, putting it all together. And each of those other things, like building the surfaces, using the points, all of those different things, they're individually up here as these, you know, points and point groups. Here's your surface building. Um, and so there's somewhere there's something about there's some grading, but there's about that center line in the profile. So we're going to go through those probably pretty fast, but I want you to also get a sense of those edit commands and where they use. So instead of going through that, we're not going to do this. We are not going to go through things like go to the edit menu, go to the extend, run this command, run that command, run that command, run that command, run that command, then go down to the next one and da. What we're going to do is when we go through a process, we're going to go through a workflow, and then I'm going to excuse me, I'm going to show you where those commands are and what we're going to start to think about doing. And whether if this is a polyline, which I just selected right there, okay, I look over here in my properties, see it's a polyline. If that were something that, again, it's a roadway alignment, so it needs to stay as a 2D non-elevated polyline. But if that were something that I wanted to give some kind of elevation to, then how do I do that? Well, I can select that, go to its properties and elevation, and type an elevation. That is exactly the same and just as legitimate as if I were to go to my civil tools, go to my 3D data and say change elevations or set polyline to elevation or do any and all of those different things. The only thing I can't do with properties here is turn that from a 2D into a 3D. With, you know, I can draw over top of it, but and that's where I've got tools like 3D data. I can go to 2D to 3D by these different methods. Okay. So again, just by thinking about the functionality that's involved with these file through points menus, those are my first general menus. And then once we're into the specialized menus, when we're starting to talk about these specialized things like alignments and profiles and surfaces and such, then that's essentially it. And you approach this from a workflow standpoint, a workflow, you know, perspective. So what do I do and when and what is it I'm trying to do? And part of those exercises, and this is going to be a big thing I want everybody to get comfortable with, you know, eventually when you're doing your work, is learning how to look at all of this stuff in 3 dimensions. So you can either do it, you know, with the CAD tools, or you can, you know, use the Carlson tools, which in a lot of ways to me are even better than trying to do it with just plain old, you know, out in the CAD system, because you've got all kinds of different settings and things that you can look at. You can add surfaces, you can edit your surfaces, you can turn things on and off, look at things by color, by different elevations. So we'll see all of that, and you're going to learn how to use this 3D viewer and very effectively. And you know, I'm in and out of that thing constantly because I double check and triple check. You may see me sometimes doing stuff like this where I'm doing it here just in the CAD system just to do a real quick check on making sure things are okay. But for the most part, if I'm doing something, I'm checking a design, I want to make sure it all looks good. I go back and forth between that 3D viewer until I'm satisfied with it. And it's a huge help, and it saves a tremendous amount of errors later on if you can very easily overlook it if you're always looking only in plan view. Okay. That being said, I've held you over 15 minutes here, so I'm going to let you go. The day being done, and we'll start back up again tomorrow morning at 9. We'll go through a couple of those commands, and we're going to start into those exercises so that you can see how this stuff all starts to fit together. Okay.
Sounds great. Thank you. And will you send a new link, or will we use the
Yes,
same one?
yes, exactly what I will do. There's another day with a different link. I'm going to, as soon as we're done here, I will send everybody that link so you'll have that ready for in the morning. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All
Thanks.
righty.
Have a nice one.
Have a
You
good one,
bet, you
everybody.
guys. Thanks very much. Any question? Then if you think of anything in the interim, go ahead and just send an email anytime or just jot it down and we'll go over it so that everybody can benefit from it in the morning. And with that, I will wish everybody a great day. And we will go from there. Let me stop the recording.